Hello. Hi, everyone. So, coffee break's over. You're back with me, Astri. I'm going to briefly remind you what Asian Youth Forum is. So, the Asian Youth Forum is a movement that represents and fights for the young people in Asia to voice out their concerns and strategies for ways to achieve a better ASEAN. AYF has been a platform for the youth in the ASEAN to raise their voice and claim for their rights for a sustainable, inclusive, people-centered, and youth-driven regional community. The network aims to institutionalize and establish its national chapters to focus the engagement on important and timely local issue affecting the youth and consolidate policy proposal and agenda to put forward the relevant ASEAN offices. So that is exactly why we're here. We were gathered by the Asian Youth Forum to represent the causes that we care about. Now, we are going to start our session, our very first session, that will be moderated by my co-MC, which I will now introduce properly. So Chen Clerigo is a young professional working as a college instructor in the Philippines, handling communication and English proficiency courses. He had a fruitful leadership experience back as a student leader, which led him to represent his home country, the Philippines, in 2 international conferences. Isn't that very, very cool, you guys? Can we give a round of applause for Chen? Thank you. Our moderator holds a special place for gender-related advocacies and its corresponding sociocultural aspects to youths. So let me offer the mic back to Chen, our moderator.
Thank you so much, my fellow co-MC. Thank you for that short introduction about me. Yes, again, my name is Chan. I'm from the Philippines, and I'll be the one to moderate our first ever ASEAN Ground Hall Town meeting. And for this first town hall, the main discussion or the main points will revolve around youth welfare, education, and employment, which are all true to me back home. Because as said by Asri, I am an instructor in college. I am working as a full-time young professional, and as well, I have my own advocacy centered on gender-related issues, specifically focused on the LGBT or the rainbow community back at home. So, before we proceed to the meat of our discussion and dialogue, of course, allow me to present the speakers who will be sitting in front and then who will respond to our questions prepared so that everyone will be knowledgeable about the role and the functions of our speakers in their own advocacy work. Is that all right with you? Okay. Our first speaker for our first ground town hall is an education activist. She is Wuchi Ong or Summer from Myanmar. She's pursuing a master's degree at Institute of Human Rights and Peace Studies or IHRP, Mahidol University in Bangkok, Thailand. As a research fellow at IRASEC, she's working on the education landscape in Myanmar after the coup in 2021, with a focus on displaced youths near the Thai-Myanmar border. Her advocacy stands out by her passion for the field of education among young people in conflict settings, as seen by her academic research and partnership with civil society organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, my fellow friends from ASEAN, please welcome Summer. And just a bit of a reminder that our first speaker prefers not to be documented nor photographed because of some safety and security purposes. So may we all respect that concern of our first speaker. Thank you. Summer, can you please take the first seat? Okay, find your comfort. Thank you so much. We proceed to our next speaker, and he is Abel. So allow me to provide some, background about Abel. So Abel, my fellow friend, is a dedicated scholar and grassroots advocate, deeply entrenched in the realm of transitional justice and human rights. He holds a Master of Advanced Studies in Transitional Justice, Human Rights, and the Rule of Law from the esteemed Geneva Academy of International Humanitarian Law and Human Rights. Abel consistently showcases a profound commitment to both academic rigor and real-world impact. Spanning multiple roles from research and advocacy in Sri Lanka to program analysis in Geneva, ABLE's diverse experiences reflect a global perspective, embracing ABLE's multidisciplinary and decolonial approach. ABLE critically engages with the interplay between human rights, historical narratives, and broader societal constructs, showcasing a profound depth in scholarly constructs aimed at reimagining and reshaping the contemporary human rights discourse. ABLE is currently affiliated with Host International Malaysia and strengthening human rights and peace research and education in ASEAN or Southeast Asia, further amplifying their diverse contributions to the global human rights conversation. My dear friends, our second speaker is ABLE from Malaysia. Give a hand of applause, please. ABLE, could you please take the seat beside Summer? Thank you. We proceed to our third speaker, second to the last speaker. Our third speaker is a fellow educator. Dr. Asmin Francisca is the Dean of the Unica Atma Jaya Faculty of Law and founder of the Indonesian Center for Drugs Research, or ICDR. Currently, Dr. Asmin is also a lecturer and senior researcher at the Faculty of Law, who has joined the Faculty of Law at the Atma Jaya Catholic University of Indonesia since 2005. He completed a Bachelor of Laws in 1998 from Unica Parayangan, Bandung, and obtained a Master of Laws in International Human Rights Law from the Faculty of Law in Northwestern University in Chicago, US in 2004. In 2016, Asmin received a Doctor of Laws from Juris-Liber University in Gießen, Germany, with a dissertation publication titled Discriminalization Approach to Drug Use from a Human Rights Perspective, the Counter-War on Drugs in Indonesia. Asmin Francisca has worked together with civil society groups, academics, organizations under the UN for more than 25 years now, advocating a number of human rights issues in Indonesia. Her research and advocacy topics include human rights, narcotics policy, women and children protection policy and law, and people with disabilities. Asmin has produced various articles in national and international journals, books, and mass media on the topics of human rights, narcotics policy, marginalization, and racism. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our third speaker, Dr. Asmin Francisca. Dr. Asmin, could you please take the seat beside ABLE? Thank you. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, our last speaker for our first ASEAN Ground Town Hall. Let me read the short bio of our last speaker. And that speaker is Theresia Iswarini. She is a women's activist and gender equality and social inclusion specialist. She has years of experience in conducting advocacy and research using a feminist participatory approach. Her work specifically focuses on pluralism, human rights, gender justice, alternative education, and public health. Theresia Iswarini completed a master's degree in health social sciences and a bachelor's degree in law. She served various national and international organizations or institutions in Indonesia and in Timor-Leste. Currently, Theresia Iswarini is serving as Commissioner of the National Commission on Violence Against Women for the 2020 to 2024 period. Let's give a round of applause to our last speaker, Ms. Theresia Iswarini. Ma'am, could you please take the seat beside Dr. Asmin, okay? Now, all of our speakers are on stage, and of course, we now proceed to the meat of our discussion, which is about youth welfare, education, and employment. But before that, let me just read some of background on what will happen during this Grand ASEAN Town Hall meeting. Okay. So the highlights of this talk will revolve around the discussion of young people's imagination on welfare, challenges, and recommendations, and the importance of having accessible universal access to quality higher education, inclusive. And of course, we're also going to discuss about employment, which is perceived as a platform where young people can push their potency. so they can give contributions and be impactful for their community. Safe and decent work is a priority that states should guarantee, including for those who are in the precarious work, like the informal workers. For the objectives of our talk for today, the first one, this plenary session will discuss youth welfare in general, trailblazing AYF's research findings regarding the youth's imagination, the challenge they face to achieve that kind of welfare, and its relation to human rights measurement in their own country. This plenary will go deeper into this issue of education and employment. What are the indicators of high quality education, yet accessible and affordable for all? And in terms of employment, this session will explore how the education institution solely focuses on producing human resources that meet the needs of the private sector. And by then, the children of young people can explore their potential, challenge the status quo, and of course, contribute to their own communities and to their own people. And it's possible to achieve this if the government protects them to feel safe and have the highest quality of life. And by then, they can be impactful for their surrounding community. So that's the highlight and objectives of our discussion for our first ASEAN Grand Hall Town Meeting. The format of our town hall meeting will be like this. I'm going to ask the first question to all of our speakers from Mr. Risha down to Summer. And then they have to respond to the question. Once the first question is done, we proceed to the second and the third question. And after the discussion, of course, we will open the floor for our participants for a question and answer forum. Is that all right on you, participants? Okay, but before that, are all of our speakers holding a microphone? Okay, maybe we could pass it one by one. Okay. So without further ado, let's now begin our Q&A forum. So in this case, let me ask first Abel. So Abel is from Malaysia, right? So Abel and AYF recently conducted research on youth welfare. So that's the background of Abel and AYF's connection in advancing youth welfare. So the question, Abel, is, could you tell us the process and its findings of the research and what kind of welfare do youth imagine to have nowadays?
Hello. Okay. Okay, thank you, Chan, and thank you for the really kind of introduction. So yes, I think everyone here have this booklet, which is basically where the findings are mostly come from. So a little bit about the premiere, Awakening the ASEAN Youth, Unveiling the Tapestry of Welfare and Rights. How the research was taken place was that we have a focal group discussion, which primarily consists of AYF networks. So youth from all over ASEAN countries joined us, and we just have a very frank activities and also conversation about how does welfare looks like for ASEAN youth, right? And how does it interconnected in their daily life? So there are really interesting findings that you can see, very, very nuanced findings as well, given the limitation of the research itself. And what's interesting is to see how contextually it's also different, but on the same time it's all the same. Like what the struggles or the perception of welfare and rights is in the youth. So like really interesting connection that we see, like what does welfare is imagined like, is one of the bigger themes is the interplay of welfare and rights. So welfare is very synonym to human rights for ASEAN youth. So when you're talking about welfare, you are also indirectly talking about human rights, right? And then how it goes into like how welfare concerns to activism as well. Because human rights issues is tied to welfare, right? Because like education is a human rights issue, employment is a human rights issue, it is also welfare. So it also ties back to activism and then the active youth engagement that is lacking when it's speaking of welfare. So that is very, very prevalent among ASEAN youth. And one thing that we talk about as we talk about welfare is like how it is actually a collective commitment. It is not a single stakeholder or a single beneficial play. Because in the end of the day, when you talk about welfare or human rights, it's all about bridging the gap. and to eliminate disparity. As you read through the premier, you can see in all the issues, what is stacking is like the disparity that it causes. In education, there is multiple disparity amongst different layers of society, which includes all ASEAN youth. Right? It goes from class, it goes from race, it goes from even geopolitical situations. And that's how essentially welfare is. How do you bridge the gap and also eliminate disparity? And that's how the youth see it. And also, how is these challenges and how is it resolved? Like, you know, the recommendation that is in the premier itself and the responses. And essentially, all ASEAN youth agree is that welfare has to be inclusive. So it's a very complex challenge, but the emphasis is that it's not just about accessibility, it's also about quality. And when it comes to quality, how it also have to be inclusive. Yeah.
Thank you, Abel, for providing us a brief background about the research findings of the study you conducted with AYF. But before that, I was informed that, could you please slower your voice because our translator in our online world is having a hard time translating your words into sign language. Thank you, Abel, for allowing us to at least have a brief background of what transpired during your study with AYF. I have a follow-up question for you, Abel, about your study. I'd like to know the challenges young people face in achieving that kind of welfare, since you've mentioned that welfare is also synonymous with human rights. So I'd like to know the challenges that were noted in your research findings.
I think the challenges is very intersectional, right? And when it comes to intersectional, it also comes to like your identity, your political identity plays a lot of effect in ASEAN and how you access to welfare or how you access to your rights. Like for example, in just going through briefly on the findings when it comes to healthcare, you've recognized the importance of accessible healthcare, but how about quality healthcare? Right? Because the quality of healthcare causes disparity. And I think one thing that always comes up is like the difference in between public healthcare and also private healthcare. So the quality in public hospitals compared to the quality to private hospital. So when it comes to private hospital, again, it moves around to capitalism. So when it comes to capitalism, if you can't engage in that, you know, if you don't have enough funds, or you come from a lower economic background or a working class background, you couldn't then access to a quality healthcare. So that is one of the biggest challenges. When it comes to education, it's also, again, quality of the education. It's not just a matter of like, every kids or every child can go to school, because if you see in the second chapter, it goes from like childhood to adolescence to early adulthood. And as they enter spaces, the dynamics also changes. Like for childhood, like a youth from Singapore says that, they have a very good memory of going to kindergarten, right? But a youth from Philippines says that it's a struggle to even get early childhood education, and they have to build resilience into getting informal education. So these are the differences that you see, yeah. And there's a big mismatch, and I think we'll get into that later also, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Abel. And we'd like also to remind the rest of the speakers, if you have something to ponder on or to share something about the statement of Abel or your fellow speakers, you may do so. With that being said, we proceed to the next one to allow us to share something about her experience. We now move on to Summer, one of AYF's network. Summer, we'd like to know your work in education, especially in providing education for those in the political crisis in their territory. We'd like to know your experience in that.
Yeah, so thank you for the opportunity to be here, and also thank you for the participant. Yeah, so like I am a master candidate at the Institute of Human Rights and Peace Study, McGill University. And as a human rights student, I'm passionate about human rights and the right to education, especially for the disadvantaged groups of people from the conflict area in Myanmar. So yeah, I'm currently working on research related to education of the migrant children in the Thai-Myanmar border. So like since after the political crisis in Myanmar 2021, there are many migrant children who have to flee to the neighboring country. So that I'm working on that issue, especially what are the kinds of the challenges they face and what are the opportunity for the children in the border. So these are my research I am currently working on. Yeah, at the same time, I am working as a research fellow at the Research Institute on Contemporary Southeast Asia, URESAT, based in Bangkok. So my organization is working on the issues related to first.
That needs to be asked by the question. So from Summer discussing about education, we now go to Dr. Asmin, who is also focusing on the educational field or the pedagogy. So Dr. Asmin, I'd like to ask you that being a lecturer and currently a respective dean at the most progressive campus in Indonesia, University of Atmajaya, Dr. Asmin, do you see any progress or regression in the education sector, particularly in your country in Indonesia?
Yeah, thank you. I think there is some progressive, but we also face many regressive and stagnancies in many fields. For example, actually the COVID-19 give us a lot of new experiences. Is also trying to open up what happened exactly in Indonesia and other regions about accessing, about acceptabilities of the diversity, the gap and also barriers among societies. We learned from the COVID-19 how to access the education, work and health rights is very huge challenges for everyone, including the governments, but especially for the marginalizations group. And access is not about only about the physically accessible, but also the affordability of the affordability and society acceptable regarding the programs, what the governments have been done, for example, to coping up what's happened in some part of area because they face challenges regarding access to education, for example. We know that COVID-19 asks many questions to the governments whether what the government have been done during their period regarding giving equality among all the youth, children especially, and also to most the marginalized people in the rural areas. Because in Indonesia, for example, there is we don't have electricity, mostly in the Papua regions and also in the eastern part of Indonesia. There is many small islands without hospitals, without schools, and also the teachers and the teaching, the materials, the books. Most of them are use the oral methods, and they don't ready for the digitalizations after what happened with the COVID, because we cannot see each other, we have to stay at home, and these kind of things reflect how unable the governments to provide the quality and equality among children to all. And that's, I think, what we learned from the COVID-19. Now, the second one is about the technology. The COVID-19 create many inventors that focus to assist how the youth, the children, and also educations come up with the issue to access all the materials of educations. But we know the adventures is the one who have money, the one who come from the needs of the elites and governments. And they sometimes seeing that technology creating more benefit for the society, but sometimes they forget that not all the society ready to use the technology because they don't used to it. And especially the infrastructures also did not provide very well in many countries. So I think the issue now so the technology give a good sign, but also the bad sign for many groups. And now we know that come up with the artificial intelligence. Now the technology also have been used to surveillance. Now technology also being used to monitor our own activities. The safe space being challenged, not only in the public space, but including in some part is the school and also the education places. So I think we need the safeguard to ensure that the students' right, the youth expressions on something, on everything, on one thing regarding their thought on education should be also give more space to them. So I think there is a progressive things now. Now the governments know there is a diversity of the people, including the barriers, and they realize that the barriers not only about the finance, the economic, but also how to access those infrastructures that they have been built. I think that's the progressive one, but of course there are many regressive things, especially the protections of the people, mostly in the rural area, and also how to ensure that technology is for the better of the peoples, not for the benefit of economics of the inventors or the elites that mostly they think the program is needed for the people, but somehow not the program they need, but the space that they really want to open up the discussions. And I think that's all that I can share for now.
Thank you, Dr. Asmin. Wow, I really can relate with how Dr. Asmin provided us a brief background about her opinion on is there a progress or regression happening in Indonesia. The same way happened in my country. Well, as my background says, I'm also a teacher. Well, back then in the Philippines in 2020, there were instances where students would climb up the tree just to find a good signal. You know, they're sacrificing their safety just to proceed with the learning, but not the usual learning inside the classroom, outside, right? So that's one exactly the main concerns of our government leaders and the government itself to provide equal opportunities across the nation, across the state, across the country on the infrastructures and proper distribution of technologies to our young learners. Thank you, Dr. Asmin. We now proceed to Theresia. And Theresia would like to know that since you are the commissioner of the National Commission of Violence Against Women and Children, and you have experience in assisting women and the girls around Indonesia in your home country, we just want to know the connections between poor education and precarious work that women from disadvantaged background oftenly trapped in. So we'd like to target that specific concern, the disadvantaged background oftenly trapped in of women.
Yeah, thank you, Chan. I actually prepared the presentation. If it is important actually to see the data.
So maybe request?
Would be good if we can screen.
Do you have the copy of, okay, here's a remote.
Okay, I'd like to start from this. As a national human rights institution, Komnas Perempuan have a specific mandate to create a good situation for the elimination of violence against women and promotion of human rights, women human rights. And if the question, the connection between education and employment, it is clear actually there is a connection between the two points. You can see the gap between women and men can be indicated by the, first of all, from the average length of school. You see the average length of school, this in Indonesia, for women is only 8 years, 8.7 years, compared to women for 8.9 years. That's situation of average length of school actually contribute to the work participation rate. In formal employment in 2019, women work participation is far behind compared to men. So approximately 95.35% of women work in informal sector. That's then contribute to the income. The average women earned 21% less than men at the same level of education and employment. That's data 2020. Then lead to the feminization of poverty. Number of poor women at all ages and region is greater, and 15.88% of women are breadwinners and head of family with poor status. However, life expectancy of women is longer, 4 years longer. So women are 75 years old, men are 69.6 years old. That the duration, meaning the duration of women enduring poverty is longer. That's also data 2020. So, but there is one issue that probably can be your attention as well, is child marriage and maternal mortality rates. In Indonesia, we found out that 9 out of 10 child marriage experienced by women, and maternal mortality rate is 177, rank 138 out of 195 countries. So this is clear. There is a connection between education, employment, and poverty as well. And we can learn from how to the situation. I think Indonesia can be your reflection toward all the countries, for the Asian countries. We can reflect, you can reflect back to your countries, and particularly in conflict areas such as Myanmar, for example. It is important for us to see the linkage between all factors, because there is no homogeneous factor influence the women's life. I think that's all my information. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresia, for allowing us to at least read on the data as presented on the slide, gap between women and men in Indonesia. Thank you. We go back to Summer again. Relating this issue as discussed by Teresia, Summer would like to ask you the second question, which goes like this. What's your reflection while doing your work at the grassroots levels, and what kind of role do you expect from the government and young people to improve educational institutions, or at least to safeguard rights of women and children in your country?
Yeah. So yeah, that is a good point. You know, like we would like to discuss about those things. What can we expect from the government and youth to improve the education of the children and youth? Like so, in Myanmar, like 90% of the education are run by the state, and the improvement is under the hands of the government in power. So even though we can say that there are like much of the educational reforms during the democratic government, before the coup, but now the improvement is not clear, and it is just on the paper to improve the educational institutions, I would say. And also like the young people, of course, they can press, like the best policy for the education and also the employment opportunities, but it is impossible to do under the authoritarian setting, I would say. And also in the context of the like COVID pandemic and also the political situation in Myanmar, like the online learning, like the remote learning, that is like, many young people, they can have to create the alternative education because like since after the 2021 coup, there are like many teachers and students, they joined the civil disobedience movement to boycott the military region, so that according to the like statistical data, like 70% of the teachers from both the basic and higher education, they joined the civil disobedience movement. So now like the current like government in power rule, just only 30% can run the education. Of course, they hire the new teachers, but it is not, efficient to have the skill teacher. I mean, because the skill teachers are already out and they don't go to the office, so that they have to run the education with the existing teachers and also the new teacher, so that we cannot expect, what kinds of improvement, like for the children and youth, I would say. And also another thing that I would like to highlight is the quality of the education. I mean, of course, like the quantity is, important, but how can we improve the education for the young people is really necessary. Because like, I mean, I just remember the days that I learned, during the 2020 years, because like we learned that how our country gained independence, how the insurgents, ethnic armed groups fight for the territory against the government, and also like, how the military took power to guard the nation for the security, like say. But we don't learn about, how the peace negotiation, how can we create a peaceful society in our curriculum. I mean, during my period of studying at the basic and high school level. So that I would like to highlight that the curriculum and the teaching material have to be improved. I mean, have to integrate the peaceful and sustainable, parts of things, so that the children and the youth can be able to have, creative thinking, and also like, how they can build a better society. Because like under this context, the current regime has, already amended the private education law, for example. Of course, we can expect that the private education has to be free and they have to gain the autonomy, but it is not real. They are like promoting the curriculum, that are designed for their own nationalist agenda, like how to create the patriotism, how to build the national unity, something like that. So that I would say that the curriculum and the teaching material should reflect the reality, but not the propaganda of the governing party. Yep.
Thank you, Summer. Wow. So there are actually so much happenings back then in Myanmar. So I think it greatly contributed a lot in the present social issues that Myanmar is currently facing. Would like to connect what Summer said a while ago into the research findings of ABEL and AYF. Now, ABEL, I'd like to ask you, are there any related recommendations or suggestions from youth in your study that are also similar with the happenings in Myanmar's youth that face greatly on the regression, the issue of education, and even their rights to freedom of expressions and thoughts online? Are there any similarities as the recommendations from your study into the experiences of the youth in Myanmar?
Yeah, of course. I think we also have that same experiences, and it goes about the freedom in academic space, and talk about all the important things that they care about in academic space, but it's mostly regulated. And it's also pretty interesting that even some youths or spaces in Vietnam is facing this about a liberated academic space, right? Because it's usually curated, and it's usually curated as the government's think tank, then it being imported to the young minds. But we have young people who are resilient, we have young people who have an independent mind who then questions this and then face the disparity because then they cut access, right? And one of the very important thing that we see, or one of the bigger theme that we see among youth or in the FGD that people keep on bringing up is also sex education. So there is a clear barrier on the absence of sex education in the system, and it kind of intersects to then how it kind of creates the lack of understanding of sexuality, the lack of understanding of gender-based violence, and then it kind of the problem kind of have like a domino effect, and then you see how it goes into early adulthood. People who don't really understand themselves. We have a non-binary participant who don't have access to the healthcare that they need or the mental healthcare that they need. So that all then ties down back to education as well, because it caused the disparity from the education, then it kind of rolled down to the disparity in healthcare. So yeah, which is again, you need to, the goal is like you need to have well-informed youth, right? In order to you have a well-informed society. But if you're not giving the right information to the youth, then you create a big disparity, then goes into like what my two fellow speakers has been saying. Also, despite also going away from the research a bit, if you look into the whole conversation on gender-based violence or even importance of education, it then goes into another intersectional problem of so we have run also, I've also run other FGDs on like importance of education, and you can see that most of the female participant or girls participant, they understand the importance from the, of basically they know what's up, right? But what's stopping them is the men. Right? It's the men who's like, for example, we have communities in Malaysia where, or especially undocumented or people on the move in Malaysia, and their access to education. Because we need to understand when we talk about ASEAN youth, it's not just people with documents. People without documents are also ASEAN youth because they're in this region. And then we don't talk about their accessibility to healthcare or their accessibility to education. And then we have like, you know, for example, the refugee population and their accessibility to education. And then it comes a lot of stigma and cultural stigma as well. Like for example, when someone, when a girl gets her period, her menstruation, then the education is automatically stopped. But when social workers or case workers go and talk to these women, it's not that they don't want to go to school. They know they want to do school. They have ambitions. They have goals. But it's people who stop them from going to schools. So I think the one way to look into this is to like, we need to start educating boys and start educating men, because in the end of the day, the power dynamics is still there, right? And that is also one thing that we, the youth talks a lot about, the power dynamics between the older generation and the younger generation. The lack of understanding of the need of the young generation that cannot be then manifested because of the gatekeepers, which are the older generation. And then this goes to very quickly to employment as well, the challenges of employment, right? If you look into employment, that also ties down to education, is there's a mismatch. Like for example, the skill impeded does not equal to skills demanded, right? If you're not giving them the skill that is needed in the market or the job market, and you give completely, like for example, talking about patriotism or talking about like things that what the government wants to tell you, and then you go back to the market, is not what is needed, right? Like, and the big conversation that we've been talking about also is digital literacy and the accessibility to digital literacy. And when we talk about digital literacy, one important conversation is also cybersecurity, right? Because cybersecurity is a big, big conversation among youth these days. Because you cannot stop youth from accessing to internet. You can't stop them from having a TikTok account, right? But how do you make that space safer is where the conversation should be, right? And also, And then when it comes to the disparity again, because when I talk about having access to internet, is like usually urban spaces. In rural spaces, like like what you have mentioned, people climbing up trees, we have that in Malaysia too. Like where people have to climb trees just to sit their exam during COVID times. But what's very interesting is also to not look into this conversation in a sense of like country basis, which is why I say it's very nuanced. The tapestry is very nuanced. Like for example, the quality of private education in Thailand supersedes the quality of public education in Malaysia, right? But the accessibility of education in rural Malaysia is somewhat fair compared to the accessibility of rural education in Thailand. See, it's very intricate, right? The power dynamics and also the rural dynamics is very, very different. And then you talk about countries like Timor-Leste, where they even struggle to find English teachers to begin with, right? And then how does then brings to education? Then you talk about the mismatch again. And the other problem that it causes in employment is also the regional disparity. Because we need to understand the labor markets also kind of flow in and out ASEAN itself, right? And there's a big regional disparity when it comes to employment in ASEAN countries, if you look in a macro level. And then it goes into another big conversation that comes in the FGD is the societal and cultural expectations when it comes to employment and education. Because we are so indoctrinated to look into just certain level of employment that equates to success, there's different other employment or interests that look down because of also societal norms and also employment norms, which has to be addressed. And then essentially, I think the conversation of education and employment points strongly to labor rights, which is a conversation that I think most youth are taking part about, but also not unheard of, because it's like, what does youth know about labor rights? They know everything about labor rights. The gender discrimination in labor rights, like has been mentioned by my fellow speaker as well, about the pay gap between men and women, and also wages. And I think wage conversation is very, very big about what's the minimum wage, and also the expectation when you go into the labor market, right? Because the expectation 20 years ago and right now is so different. But at the same time, but the wage do not increase. But the other, like for example, for a young adult in ASEAN, when we talk about in the FGD, if you are not from the urban setting, you move to the city, and then when you move to the city, you have your student loan, you have rent, you have food, you have transportation, you have everything, and your wage is so minimal, you couldn't survive, and that is not welfare, right? And we also haven't gone into healthcare and other stuff. He's just focused on education and employment, and which is very, very important to see that all this welfare, all these rights is intersectional, and an omission of one will reveal to inaccessibility to the other. Yeah.
Thank you. What a fruitful discussion made by Abel about, relating education to employment from basic education until college, and then earning a spot in the job market is quite difficult as well. Not just in the case of Malaysia, but of course, I think this is very evident across the world, right? Finding the best market that suits your skills and your background in education. And relating that to our next concern, that people perceive that the aim of education, in graduating from university, is to get a job, right? That's one main reason why most of the people graduate from college or from university is to get a decent job, right? So there's also a expectation that intellectuals or those who have actually finished college or university have a role to be impactful for the grassroots rather than only being usual workers for companies. And that brings a gap in the society between actually having the background in education and achieving decent employment or decent work after graduating from college or university. So there's a gap there. So I'd like to know What is your opinion about this gap, Dr. Asmin, in in this education field, comes the transitional field into employment?
Yeah, I think as an educators, I face this very challenging, and also as educators that mostly work together with the communities and grassroots, I feel somehow the education programs, curriculums, and learning outcomes contribute to those problems. As we know now, mostly the learning outcome is really focused on the industrial sectors, and how the soft skill and hard skill of the students create them to understand the modern society, which is full of industrial sectors and actors. And the learning outcome also try to internalize the concept of money is a very powerful thing, and how to create a good job to earn more money and materialistic approaches. I think this is one of the weaknesses of the how to overcome the issue of lacking of the sense of the grassroots and communities in our curriculum. I do believe it's not only in Indonesia, but most in ASEAN countries that trying to coping how the technology needed more young people to understand more industrial sectors rather than the community itself. We know that technology should be for the benefit for the society, because they have been used for the society. But unfortunately, I think in many curriculum, we don't have any common understanding that the outcome of learning is not about the programs of technology only, or how we can reach a proper wage for the job market only, but also how every individual as a student have a good benefit for the society. The curriculum mostly established by, should be together with the user of the students after they graduate. So it's mandatory, I think, not only in Indonesia, but most of the university curriculum, we ask to be invite the industrial sectors, the private sectors to build up a curriculum. So the balance is there, the unbalance is there as well. Most of the lectures are very happy when the alumni or when the students are coming back to the university with a fancy clothes and say that they are in the international companies. But rarely we also proud as getting back the students to the campus that work for the communities, that work for the grassroots, that still giving their energy and voices to the marginalizations group. Because the outcome is not about how they can create their futures based on the society. The outcome of the curriculum mostly focus on the economic and income of the alumni. So I think the lectures, the university, and also the schools should take responsible for these issues. And as long as the curriculum and the outcome of learning is focused on the objective of the private sectors and the technology inventors, I think the issue is will come up again, which is most of the university hope the student will be used by the the private and the companies rather than they are very useful for the grassroots movement and also the communities. So I think one of the issue is the curriculum of the educations. The barrier is there, and also I think the curriculum need to be more space for the human rights and also rights itself. In Indonesia, I don't know whether other countries. In Indonesia, human rights is the mandatory subject that should be taken by all the students. But unfortunately, it's like only programmatic, but not included in each objective of the subject of the curriculums. So I think the sense of the students is only in the when they pass the exam on human rights, but taking the skill to understand what the rights and human rights is, it needs more only one or two meetings. It needs more included in the curriculum. I think this mostly also become the issues why the university and also the schools really hope the alumni is graduate in the good high markings, but lack of the sense of humanity because they really care of how the modern society can absorb the alumni without thinking the benefit and also thought what the ideas actually about education itself. So maybe that's all for now.
Precisely. That's why it's very important that we need to involve stakeholders in writing and developing curriculum for our students, because that will serve as the basic foundation on how are they going to progress once they get into the job market. And for the final question to be answered by Theresia, we know that there are shifting trends where people can be self-employed, or in the terms of Gen Z, freelancers. Freelancers are now up in the job market. However, they are the one who lacks protection and welfare as well, especially in the context of women who do freelancing online. So I'd like to know that, could you tell us something about any recommendation or at least some sort of statement to be addressed to the government on how they can give equal protection and welfare to these women who work as freelancers?
Allow me to get back to the data again, yeah, if possible, because I would like to underline what Abel mentioned about violence against women, and also Asmin mentioned that school, university should take responsibility regarding the violence, including violence against women. So if there is a
May we request
possibility
again
to
the
screen
presentation?
the presentation.
Okay.
Okay. This is what I call the data on violence in workplace, compiled by Komnas Perempuan and also GBV service provider. Every year, Komnas Perempuan compile the data in order to provide the trend for the next year of violence against women. We underline that most of the, we define actually GBV in in three spheres. One in personal life, second in the public sphere, and the third state sphere. So in public sphere, we understand that violence in workplace based on the GBV service provider, the data is show 93. And violence in education space, 365. That's the data in 2022. While Komnas Perempuan data mention violence in workplace abroad, 6, and violence in workplace in domestic area is 115, and in education spare is around 37. So if we look at number, it's not only number, but show there is something that we have to take action. So now I go to the domestic workers. You understand that since Indonesia has an issue on education, a linkage between education and employment, we found out that more than 4.2 million women work in domestic area in Indonesia, compared to India, 3.8 million, and Philippines, 2.6. And 84% are women, 14% are children under age of 18. So that's the data. That's 2020, yeah? We now go to the trafficking, because it is important. We collect also the trafficking issue. Data in 2022, from 2013 to 2022, 476 cases of trafficking during COVID pandemic. So it means that the pandemic cannot be one of the reason, yeah, to hold the migration from one country to another one, and mostly experienced by women and girls. Majority for prostitution and other sexual exploitation activities, differentiated from exploitation of labor against migrant workers, and 2 cases of mail order brides, and increasing number of drugs trafficking cases. So this is the data for trafficking. We understand that Asian countries sometimes become recipient countries, but sometimes becomes sending countries, yeah. Now I go to, this is very important as well, cyber violence against women. There is an increasing number during a pandemic from 2019 to 2022 regarding the cyber violence. We call it gender-based violence, and the data compiled by 3 institutions. These are LBH APIC. It's one of the legal foundation for women, SafeNet, the institution or NGO for internet and safe internet, and Komnas Perempuan. And we found out that there is 583 or 83.5% victim directly report to 3 institutions, women 498, men 163. The trans one or transgender, there are 2 cases, and no identification is around 35. That's according to gender information, yeah. But we found out that pandemic also cannot hold all the cases experienced by women and girls in, online spare. And now I go to the specific vulnerabilities, because Chan also mentioned the regulation, since we don't have any regulation in place for workers in partnership. I mentioned about worker in partnership. That's part of a gig economic, actually. But this is very important, since the social construction, Abel mentioned about the patriarchism, social construction and subordination of women become a lead factor for the submissive, marginalized in access to education and trainings, position as sexual subject, and poverty, impoverishment, limited access to information, specific condition, particularly for the conflict and disaster, such as Myanmar, disaster also experienced by all countries in ASEAN. Philippines is one of the countries with also many disasters. Disabilities, geographic challenge, victims of other crimes or violence, and re-victimization. And Indonesia also has no regulation for women domestic workers, nationally, not in place yet. And also, as I mentioned, no regulation to protect workers in partnership. If we look at the branch of all the policies, Indonesia has already have many regulation toward all the crimes, but not domestic workers protection and partnership protection. Now I go to the recommendation. This is some recommendation, recovery approach and services, because it is important to strengthening capacity, facility, budget, all the things, particularly for women victims. Equality perspective victims approach, because we understand that the approach should go not only to the victims, but also the potential victims, particularly in education sphere and also regional cooperation. It is important to have cooperation, partnership with all Asian countries, particularly because we can share data and also strategic studies, coordination in cases handling. Komnas Perempuan actually flagging to the ASEAN high level to really put into the consideration on trafficking, because we traffic or we migrate across the countries in Asia, and also integration to monitoring system. The other is prevention, access of information, and also access to healthcare, access to education, and law enforcement. I think this is important to underline, very bold on law enforcement, since Indonesia has branch of plenty of policies and regulation, but lack on law enforcement. I think that's all my information and presentation. Thank you, Chan.
Maraming salamat, Risha, for furthering the numbers and the data that speak for itself, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, that ends our panel discussion with our dear speakers. We now formally open the floor for our participants. If you'd like to ask questions addressed to specific speakers, do you have any question about their presentation, their responses and statements a while ago? Can we give them a microphone, dear organizers, if we have one? Okay, we have one there, sir. Okay, could you please, do you have a spare microphone or? No more microphone, I think, so I can give one. Yes, the one with the table. Okay, sir, the floor is yours. You are recognized.
Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Joel Barredo. I'm the Executive Director of ShapeC. I work with ABLE. We're based in Bangkok. We work on human rights and peace research, particularly on critical issues. I am also an activist. I'm one of the co-founders of AYF, so I'm very proud that this is happening. All right, so I think my question really revolves around the experience that transpired during the COVID-19 pandemic and what has been highlighted, particularly the lived experiences of vulnerable people made more vulnerable during the pandemic. And what I observed in the conversation is that there are certain groups, marginalized groups, that have not been recognized. Correct me if I'm wrong. Again, the data, I felt that there is a huge elephant in the room when it comes to recognizing the lived experiences, let's say, of LGBTQI plus people. And without them integrated in the data, then we cannot move further when we talk about innovations, when we talk about improvements when it comes to policy. Am I missing anything, or is it something that is really lost in the data? Is it something that was missed, in the process, because again, out there, outside of this room, there are people whose lives are made more difficult by the pandemic and of course by the socio-political conditions that you mentioned. Thank you very much.
So, for our speakers, if you have something to respond to the question, you may do so. Okay, Teresa.
Yeah, thank you for, I forget his name.
Joel.
Joel. It is correct that we don't have any, not any, very less information from LGBT groups, since actually Komnas Perempuan define women as a social, not only biological identity, but also social. So we actually accept or receive information cases or report from transgender, because we define transgender as a woman. Unfortunately, less information, less cases from them, since most of the issue of LGBT, particularly the transgender, is a security issue. Indonesia, we facing the issue of stigma, the issue of stereotyping, the issue of something that we can call as part of the persecution. So most of them sometimes reluctant to report their cases, and also they are also reluctant to disclose their identity. However, we are always encouraging them to report all the cases. And as far as we understand, we always support them in every activities they held. For example, for ASEAN, if I'm not mistaken, in last month or last 2 months, there should be an event for ASEAN LGBTIQ, but unfortunately, since the security issue and also political issue have made them cancel that event. And after that, there's so many information regarding the violence they experience, but unfortunately, there is no specific cases that we can, compile into our database. Only 1 or 2 cases has been already compiled by us, and we will analyze next year, since we always produce all the data next year. I think that's the information. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to also echo again from what Joel's question is and how it also reflected in our research as well. I think it's also the strong voice from the youth as well when it comes to all these aspects that we're looking at, which is employment, healthcare, and also education, right? And I think the big thing in healthcare and also mental health, which is also then you can see people from marginalized society communities or LGBTIQ plus communities that we see a lot is that, as I said earlier, the youth really inclusive welfare and access to rights. So when it comes to healthcare or even mental health, it's like focusing and addressing the unique needs of this community, especially people living with HIV/AIDS, people living who have issues with drug use, and also people who need who is in industry or in the sex work industry. And this also how the disparity heightens, and you can among these communities, because this community, like for example, the queer community or LGBTQ community, build solidarity. The ASEAN youth or some of our participants are part of the rainbow community, as you mentioned. And then you can see, for example, the accessibility, for example, for PrEP, the accessibility of like person living with HIV and the healthcare that they need, and or someone who is transitioning, like for example, people who need testosterone. So then you can see the disparity increases. Like for example, you can see a community, for example, in Singapore, you can have a comprehensive healthcare for diabetes, but you don't have a comprehensive healthcare, for example, for someone who's transitioning, or like free testosterone or sex change procedure. And then all these procedures do exist, but they exist in the private sector. And then you create another disparity on accessibility, right? It's very nuanced, exactly. If, for example, if you want PrEP in certain places, you can get PrEP, you have to pay money for PrEP. But what about when you have no income to pay money for PrEP because of your social economic background? So this is very intricate and very intersectional, right? And to address it, you have to look into in a way that how then goes back to one of the main recommendations that the ASEAN youth, in this research that we say, which is the universal social protection. So the implementation of policies that offer universal social protection, which includes all these marginalized communities, is fundamental. So that they can cater to the specific needs of the marginalized communities and vulnerable groups. So which is why it is a collective work that they come into. Like our experiences are very different, as I just mentioned, but the solution is very universal and it's very basic, like social protection. Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Asmin.
Joel, I think this is also a really good conversations among educators. LGBTQI groups are being hid, not only by the state, but also by the society, which is more, most of us is from the educators. I will back to the curriculum that mostly what we have been focused on the university. In the most curriculum, not only in Indonesia, but mostly in Southeast Asia, we are focused on the creating proper individuals. Proper means morally acceptable. Morally means only regarding the sex is only male and female, regarding the gender is only male and female. So we are lacking of the conversations about this issue in the university. Indonesian university also faces challenges. There are many cases, the LGBT student, for example, when they come up the concept of the diverse or intersectionalities of their genders, the university will try to hide them, try to stop the conversations because it's lead to the immorality conversations, not about the gender itself, not about the rights of each individuals. So I think the concept of neutrality in the curriculums, neutrality of the learning process is being also one of the factors, not seeing the diversity of the sex and genders, but focus on the neutrality of the education itself, which is person. But person is different. That's I think, hopefully this conversation will come up with the concrete agendas for the university to open up and also creating more voices for the LGBT students in the university and also schools. Because not only because youth mostly they will trying to understand themselves since in the junior high school, not mostly as a students they already understand more, but for the pupils, for example, for the teenagers, they are still trying to find themselves, and this is also what the school should provide. The proper curriculum doesn't mean about the morality, but the proper curriculum is about humanity that accept all people, regardless the sex and genders. Thank you.
Definitely, Dr. Rasmin. Thank you so much. Do you have something to share, Summer?
Yeah, so like the other speakers have already mentioned about the how the challenges and the solution that can we make during the pandemic crisis, and especially for the disadvantaged community like LGBTQ+. And for me, I want to share my experience when I was during the data collection to the migrant community, especially related to the access to education for the migrant children in Mesa, Thailand. So what I found is that like Abe said, the intersectionality is very important because when you came from the other country and you live in the host community, you are working in the another country, and if they're undocumented, they feel more, like pressure, and they feel like more discrimination. And when it comes to the COVID pandemic, they feel, stress because they don't get the job, and they cannot send the children to school. So these are also the barriers the migrant children face during the pandemic issue. But it is important to see what are the solutions and what are the implementation from the community level to address these kinds of the challenges they face during the pandemic. For instance, in Mesa, like I would say that there are strong coordination between the migrant communities and also the local stakeholders. Even the local government in Mesa, they do care about the education for the children. They provide, like the materials, related to COVID items, masks and other things. And also the stakeholders like NGO who are working on the migrant children access to education, they provide like, skillful teachers to the migrant community. If they cannot go to the school, they provide and train the teachers to send to the migrant community so that the children can be able to continue their learning practices. So that, during the pandemic, it is important to see the coordination and cooperation level among the communities and the stakeholders.
Thank you, Summer. And I hope, Sir Joel, your question is sufficiently answered by our speakers. Now, for other participants, would like to, yes, could you please give her a microphone, please? Okay, so state your name first, ma'am.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you so much for the speakers. My name is Rosie. I would like to ask about, first maybe I would like to share about my story. So I'm the output of vocational high school in Indonesia. In the second years, vocational high school is very booming in Indonesia, that it's alternative of high school, so we can ready to work after we graduate from vocational high school. But in the reality, after I graduate from vocational high school, no job for vocational high school. So everything is require bachelor degree or maybe like minimum associate degree, or Indonesia is D3. So sometimes I feel like there is a mismatch of this like job and the education curriculum. And after that, I'm privileged enough to continue my study in Gajah Mada University. I'm taking a political degree, very different from my vocational high school, which is marketing and accounting. After I graduate from the university, I graduate from political science, it's really limited job related to the political science because, the paradigm will be, you will be a politician or maybe you will work for the government. Then after I have COVID hits me, and then I realized, what is going on in this world now? Everybody talking about the vision of 2040, 2050, about sustainable living, about sustainable development. Then I continue my study in Norway and taking sustainable development studies. And then because I feel, government is ambitious enough to handle this climate issue, sustainable issue, human rights, and so on. But after I graduated, my friends remind me, don't go back to Indonesia, there will no job for you. I will not believe until I approve it. Then when I'm back to Indonesia, the job that with the keyword sustainability or climate analysis and everything related to the goals that Indonesian always transition energy and so on, is very less. So the ambition is not matched with what the job are now recruiting. They're still looking for the bachelor degree and they're still looking for the job that not fit in with the background. So the people who talk or work in sustainability, maybe they're not have a background on that. So is there any strategy to, to match the job and the curriculum? So there is no brain drain anymore. Because if we are like experiencing brain drain with academic migrants, the smart or the talented young in maybe Southeast Asian that study abroad in Europe, they will never come back to Southeast Asia because there's no job providing for them. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Definitely, there are people who look for green pastures, right, abroad. The question revolves around the job mismatch and about education and employment. So, would like to go first from our speakers? Okay, Abel.
Hi, Rosa. Thank you for your question. I think that is the biggest concern that comes with ASEAN youth, which is, I've mentioned earlier, the education mismatch, which is the skills impeded to you from throughout is not equal to skills demanded. But I think as we talk, your experiences is also, it's the same experiences that we talk to our focal point, our focal group discussions. And one very interesting participant during the discussion when we talk about employment, I think the participant is from Philippines. She questioned the whole idea of education itself. Like, what does it mean to get education? Because one theme that we look into education right now is it's a business, right? And something that young millennials and Gen Z is suffering from is the fact that getting a bachelor degree or pursuing your dream, unfortunately now it's a business, right? So the essence of education or the essence of like labor has completely lost its meaning. And how do we then navigate this? And the brain drain issue is very pivotal and is very true. And again, the recommendation is like for people in the position of power right now to do something about it. Because the crux of the issue has a lot. Because a lot of someone brought up a very important point in the focal group discussion as well, is the fact of the question of nepotism and corruption. Like, job exists, there is a need, but then in order to secure that, you need to go through certain officers to get to pay some corruption in order to get a job. And this come up a few times, multiple times in 2 or 3 nations. But the problem is how normalized this is or indoctrinated it is what the problem is. The fact that people are understood like this is the only way, like I'll study this, I'll pay this amount, I'll get this job. But how about people who say it, who's not privileged now? How do you tackle that? Honestly, I don't think the other youth also have the answers for this based on the research, but I think it's something that we have to question ourselves as well. I think both the youth and also people in the position of power. Like, how do you want to navigate labor, or how do you want to navigate being part of job market, or being part of, like, for example, development markets or sustainability, right? Because what does it mean to get a degree? What does it mean to go abroad? What does it mean to come back and work? And what is the value of doing it? It's a very difficult conversation that we all have to have with ourselves, but I think it's a very, very stressful and important conversation that young people need to have. Because now we talk about gig economy. We talk about the education that you get does mismatch to the skills that you're going to do, like entrepreneurship, right? So now the big question is, do you really need an education in order to just survive as an adult? And all this conversation that we need to address. And another big conversation also we look into, like, our employers, right? Which is people who are our managers, our bosses, the expectation that they have when it comes to, like, the education, the labor, and also the work that we have yet to do. All things very, very different. So I don't think I have a very direct answer for that, but I would say the fact that this is a conversation that everyone in ASEAN is having, and I think we have to address it, which is the mismatch, and also how education and labor market is a business itself that then it basically runs by capitalism. So how do you then dismantle that? It's a question that we all have to answer ourselves. Yeah.
Thank you, Abel, for your response to the question of Rosie. Do you have others to respond? Okay, ma'am.
Just a small thought, I think. Well, I think the learning outcomes and also curriculum that Indonesian have, I do believe is also in other university have, is designed to provide the soft or hard skill for the concept of industrial and modernisms, and as you said before, is very focused on the private sectors. And well, for example, now there are many funds and financial assistance that given by the Ministry of Education in Indonesia to ensure that the lecturers, students, and researchers try to find the goals of the programs, the goals of the learning outcomes, mostly focus on the products, focus on the IPR benefit, the intellectual property rights aims, because patents will produce money. But we sometimes did not ask the questions about the medicines or essential medicine that have been patented by the companies, and how, for example, the poor society can access more medicines that more free and affordable financially. And the curriculum and also the governments instruct us mostly to mapping what the corporate needs and provide the solutions for them. So that's, I think this is a big challenge, and the strategy is the youth should get involved to creating a better curriculum of educations. Not only in the university, but since the beginning of the education itself. Because I agree with you, defining the education that benefit for the youth. And also because if the youth or the students is not the stakeholders of the creating the curriculums, I think the curriculum is still the same, which is the student is a product, not as a thought, not as a person that have needs and thinkers itself. So I think trying to get in the university and talking to more lecturers, to more educators, I think is more, maybe it's a very long-term objective. I do believe it's not will come up the solution in 1 or 2 years, but we have to start now. Otherwise, this issue will come up again in the coming years, or maybe in the 1 centuries, because all the educators talk mostly to the technology owners, to the business and private actors, but less the user itself, which is the students. So take the part as a stakeholders, not as a product of the educations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asmin. She's correct that we should still involve stakeholders, be it public or private, in writing curriculum, because in the very first place, these companies will receive the graduates who will be the workers of their companies. So to avoid job mismatch, or to avoid mismatch of skills from the academic to education, to these skills being expected in the actual job market. So Ma'am Tarisha would still want to respond to your question?
Yeah, only a small thought. We understand that pandemic changed a lot, yeah, from offline to offline, including the way we work, including the way we experience actually. Unfortunately, most of the government, I strengthening the word government, since I do believe all the human rights protection, fulfillment goes to government, goes to state, yeah, to take a responsibility further, has no optimal strategy actually to cope with the situation, including post-pandemic. Yeah. We understand during the pandemic, most of the government, most of the state has dealing a lot with the pandemic, but there is no optimal strategy to cope with the post-pandemic. This is something that we have to underline and maybe to reflect more, not only redefine the job, not only redefine the education, but redefine our sustainability issue, since we, in the fact, we actually survive more, and increase our resilience rather than sustainability. So this is something that we can reflect together and come up with a strategy. And particularly since the ASEAN Youth Summit now is holding, I think it is important to put into the recommendation, and give it to our government to put into our consideration. Otherwise, the brain drain keeping coming and then going and in every country. Thank you.
Do we still have questions from our participants addressed to our speakers regarding their, yes, sir, regarding their statement a while ago? Okay, your floor is yours, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for the time, the speakers. Introduce, my name is Rudy Kogoya. I work with Ajar. I see from all the speakers where talk about education and talk about social justice, it's a little bit about indigenous people. I mean, you guys didn't mention it. So I think education, things like formal education for indigenous people is totally different. I mean, we need to take a look from the point of view of indigenous people, what kind of educational system that match for them. Because today they are under treatment of the capitalism that you guys have mentioned. And for the, I think for the intergenerational dialogue is so important as well for human rights violations. I mean, when the victims of violence in the past dialogue with the youth to maybe in the future overcome that it is not happen again. So I think, and for the universities, what I think they should mention about the refugees, women in Indonesia especially, because in West Papua there are a lot of women refugees, where maybe from the Women Commission or Komnas Perempuan, maybe take a little step, because I see there is no Komnas Perempuan there because maybe political issue or something, but you know, they have experienced so much regarding the access to education and to other social service. So I think that's it. Maybe can give some opinion about that or can put it into recommendation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, yes, Ma'am Teresa?
Yeah, totally agree with colleague from Ajar. Yeah, it is important to put into the consideration of indigenous people. Komnas Perempuan work in Papua and West Papua since the beginning of our establishment. Actually, transitional justice is one of the issue that we put into our agenda. Unfortunately, a long period of taking very significant change of the policy among the government is not placed yet. Yeah. 2022, there is, we call it the team for the victim, the recovery of victims of transitional justice actually. Until now, 2023, there is agenda to support them, particularly for non-judicial, not judicial one, yeah, but non-judicial. It is also still in the challenge position since our government now, the cabinet now in the political situation. But we are still put it into our agenda and put it in our priority. Komnas Perempuan also now from 2021 to until now have a program for HIV/AIDS and human rights, since it's not very easy to go to Papua in a very disclosed position. So we have to strategizing our program and also method approach, and in order to get the very good acceptance, from government, local government, and also from the stakeholders. We understand that the HIV/AIDS also experienced by indigenous people. That's the same number of data, particularly on maternal mortality rate, since Papua has 565 of maternal mortality rate in Indonesia. That's the highest one, based on the Statistic National Bureau. They mentioned about that in 2021 or 2020. So it is important then to put the issue of Papua into our recommendation as well, since Papua and West Papua we define as a conflict area of Indonesia. And a lot of cases of transitional justice is there as well, and hasn't really solved properly. But we are going to really support all the indigenous people, and also strengthen the movement in Papua and West Papua. It is a political spare for sure, but I'm very sure that all issues are politic. So we support Papua and West Papua, and we are always trying to have a proper approach and method in order to really maintain the security and also the protection of particularly human rights defender there. Since the issue of women human rights defender and human rights defender also become a hot issue until now. I think that's all the information that I can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. For our, do we have some questions in our participants? For our speakers, do we still have? Yes, please, the floor is yours. Do you have the microphone? We go here with our participant on this first table.
Okay, hello, good afternoon all. I'm Joan. I'm working as a journalist. I have a question for Ibu Asmin. So, I've seen like there are more collaboration between universities and big tech company. So, I met several lecture from some universities in Indonesia that actually they asked to collaborate with this big tech company, mostly Chinese company, especially for AI and tech. And they said that they set the curriculum together and to make the student easier to get a job in that big tech company. And I'm very interested in what you're saying about we need to change the curriculum. But if this is the case that we have now and this is still happening in the future, what needs to be changed? Like, are there any things that we need to think about and we need to spread to the public about this? Okay, actually I'm writing about these issues like a couple months ago, and I really want to know about your opinion about this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Johan, it's very tough questions. That's also our challenges in my campus. Actually, there is many big companies come and then sharing what they planned in the coming years, and mostly the university will catch up this opportunity because they all the university have goals which is to produce the better and also the proper alumni. I agree with your. I agree some part that technology, AI, and also the issue of using digital tools is very important in some part. But also there are a worse scenario behind this. And our curriculum, again, it really focus on the outcoming the student as a product of knowledge, not the knowledge itself. So in my opinion is we as a lecturers, as a researchers, and also as a dean, mostly I will see the agreement and so on, reflected what the benefit, the technology that we want to invent it to the peoples itself. For examples, there are many cooperation among our university to the technology companies, but we required one or two benefit for not only for the companies, but also the creating the tools is first should protect the privacy and also should protect the, we don't agree with the surveillance because surveillance, mostly they put included in the different words. They mostly use the surveillance, replace it as a protecting individual data, but we know they're not. They will grab all the data and protect them for themselves. So we really focus on the agreement that we want to create, and the second one is we engaging to the society that we mostly work on. As maybe not some of you know about there is a three objective on the university. First is teaching, the second one is research, and the third one, actually this is the main and mostly people did not talk about, is the community services. So the community services are always left behind. So focus on the research for the companies and teaching for the tech companies. But again, actually we have the third objective and the main one, what the benefit for the communities. So mostly when we do agree to conduct some research together and also creating tools, we will ask what the community benefit for this. Because we as a university have these three aims. So not only about put it in the curriculums and do the research, but also we should give it back all these to the communities. So I think there are also many benefits for the technology that have been conducted together. For example, creating the electricity with the less powerful, what you call it, because in eastern part of Indonesia, we still lack of electricity. So we have solar, yeah. So we use the solar method to increase the communities, benefit for the educations and for the private life. So we put all the requirement for the community services in all agreement. But well, sometimes it's not easy to happen. But I think that's the first thing as educators and as a researcher, we should safeguard creating more spaces for the society rather than only for the companies. Because we cannot stop them, but maybe we can use them for everyone that need and everyone benefit.
Thank you, ma'am. So she made mention about three things: facilitating learning, conducting research, and extending community service, which are the core of the education, not just in Indonesia, but I think in the entire world. Thank you for your question. Do we still have further questions from our participants? Yes, questions are still on. Go ahead, please.
Des. Hi. My name is Noor Hanisa. Today I'm here representing Advocates for Refugees Singapore. And I think I echo something that our friend earlier mentioned about refugee women. And I think my question here hopes to understand how we as a region can better provide education for refugee children, all the way up to, I guess, when they're youth as well. And also how I think something Ibu Teresia mentioned about how it's all interconnected, right? If you don't have education, you can't really get employment. Without employment, you can't really sustain your life. And although we contest that maybe refugees or stateless persons should not have a place in our countries, the reality is that they're transiting here for a really long time, and it makes no sense for them not to have better well-being. And I think I question whether Summer honestly has more insights on this, and I want to understand whether we can learn from all these examples and how we can better provide education and eventually employment and betterment for refugees. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you for your question, and it's really interesting to respond to that question. Yeah. According to my experience conducting in refugee and migrant education in like Thai Myanmar border, I recognize that in terms of like a conflict setting, many migrants and refugee, they're facing in challenges. Like for example, even though they can provide the basic education, they cannot go to the high school level. They stop only being in like the primary and the secondary level. For the higher education, it is very difficult for them because they don't have enough skillful teachers and they don't have the curriculum. But in the Thai Myanmar border, I found that there are like migrant learning center in Thai Myanmar border who are providing the basic education, so that the accreditation is also another problem those kinds of the community school are facing right now, because they are not the curriculum they teach are not recognized by the home country and also the host community, so that they have to try how they can build and the bridges between if they finish the school at that community school, how they can go to the another level, so that the accreditation is also another major another challenges that the community schools for the refugee education service provider are facing at this moment. And at the same time, some of the refugees are they don't have legal documents. They are living in the border area and they are living without having birth certificates and also having not citizenship, so that they're very in the fragile situation to pursue education. Sometimes they cannot move to the other places. They just live in their community area, so that they face some kind of social stressful situation during the COVID pandemic and also the political situation in Myanmar. Yeah, so these are the things that I found out. Yeah, according to my experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Summer, and I hope Narisa, I hope that answered your question a while ago about refugees worker. Do you still have one? Okay, Abel has still one.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you, Summer. And I think when we look into refugee population, people on the move, migrant workers, the fix that we all try to create, which is again we see we have to work together, right? It's also is civil society and INGOs. They have parallel education. So, and then the struggle with parallel education is then unrecognized, the curriculum, and how do we then advance from like, primary education to secondary education to tertiary education. Essentially, I think the biggest bottleneck or the solution is pretty much quite simple. It's political will, right? If when there's a political will to give all children fair chance to study, regardless of their status, there's an access. You could start from formal primary education and then move on to secondary and tertiary. But the problem is that when there is lack of political will to give children, regardless of their identity, background, governmental status, all these fixes or secondary fixes, INGOs, all these funds, it will run out and it will not be sustainable. So I think what we have to look into is the permanent fix, which is talking to people who lead us, our governments, or even ASEAN, to have the political will to give free formal education for all children.
Yes, agree with Abel, regarding the political will. Indonesia hasn't ratified the Convention 1951 for refugee protection. But we also have another issue is IDPs. We have IDPs due to the disaster in Palu, for example, and in Papua and West Papua due to the armed conflict. The latest data shows 60,000 IDPs in West Papua and Papua, and till now we are struggling to provide the access for education and health. However, the government has already tried to come up with some agenda and program for the education and health. Unfortunately, again, the political will need to be really supported. For refugee, since Indonesia hasn't ratified the convention, as far as I know, the government has already, the domestic government has already provided access to handling the violence against women through the safe house, and also provided by the government, and also during the reporting for the police, we already have also the access for them to report. For the education, I hasn't have information yet, but I think this is a very good information and question as well that we can flagging to the government of Indonesia. It is important actually to put the principle of universal human rights as part of our approach of government to respond the refugee issue. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you. I think if you still have questions, do we still have questions from the participants? No more? Going once, twice? Oh, yeah. From far away place. Okay. Go ahead, please share your questions. Question, rather.
Okay. Thanks for this moment. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ahmad Sofian Sauri from IPB University, who is interning at the Climate Reality Project Indonesia. So I have a question about curriculum. As we know, the level of education in each South Asian country varies. Some things I know are that Singapore has the best education system in Southeast Asia. Correct me if I'm wrong. And in Indonesia, the education curriculum has been changed several times. So, in your opinion, is it possible to create a curriculum or education system that can be implemented to meet the education standard in ASEAN countries? Thank you.
Dr. Asmin, the floor is yours.
Direct questions without names. Thank you, Ahmad Sofian. First, maybe I should clarify the meaning of the best education systems. I'm not Singaporean. Maybe some of the students here or the youth here from Singapore can also talk from themselves. So I don't want to criticizing and naming the system that maybe I'm not familiar with, but mostly why we think that Singapore system is the best one because internationality of the values that Singapore impose, which is international standard. But again, the standard should be defined for our own goods, not for the internationalizations that come up by some particular maybe groups or elites. So I think the definition of the best system should be also criticizing. That is the first one. And the second one is how we can reach the standard in Asia, in ASEAN. I think maybe I'm not a very normal person. I don't quite like the standardizations for everything. I think every state and communities have a uniqueness that should be taken into account. The IPs, indigenous people, for example. If we want to define the international standard means the modernity, the capitalism, the output of the students that come up with the highest wages of the century, well, we will leave the questions to the indigenous peoples, to what happened with the refugees. For example, as Barini already mentioned, we didn't ratify the Convention of Refugees, and not only we don't have the legal and norms hook to ask the questions to the governments, but also I think what we lacking is trying to see each country's law regarding labors and also regarding the educations. All the countries require citizenship. That's why the question, why refugees cannot get access to educations? Why the indigenous people cannot get access to the education systems? Because education means citizenship. Citizens means the formal documents. And it's mandatory for everything, including the labor law. So the standard that ASEAN have is not about the citizenship itself, but the values of the definition. The best one is coming with numbers, for example, how many lectures from the West, from the Europe, from the US, and how many lectures from the national university, from the national ASEAN countries, for example, and see how salary that, the barriers of the salary. Most locals and local lectures, for example, they will pay very low. The international lectures will pay in dollars very high. So I think, again, let's redefine the standard that we want, because I'm not quite favor with the standard. The standard means we have the principle and standard, of course. What is that? Provide and protect human rights. That's the basic minimum standard, which should put it in every standard of education systems. But the system itself, let's make a tailor-made what exactly the local, national, or regional need to make creating various systems. Because I think one system and monolithic systems is not the answer for everything. And we will leave behind many vulnerable groups that not included in the definitions. So again, maybe there is also proposal from this group, redefine the education system, the best one for all, not only for particular internationalizations method or systems. Thank you.
I echo everything my fellow speaker said. I think that is a really good approach. And if I could just add a little bit more is into looking into what are these standards actually according to who, right? It is the best standards according to who? Is it according to our local nuances and context, or is it just local according to the international standard? Because if the standard is just on generating productivity, because which is what basically most education standard is, and also the political agenda of the country itself that has the best education system per se. And echoing back to what our colleague from AJA was saying on indigenous education, I think the questions that we all have to answer ourselves, and also from what we get from the focal group discussion, is these colonial structures that we have, these global colonial structures that we have, which is then come back to the question of decolonizing, right? I think one thing that we as ASEAN forgot is the fact that we are also a very young region trying to institutionalize indoctrinated international standards that maybe probably doesn't even suit us. Yeah, like what our friend from Ajas was saying, because education looks differently for certain communities, and we are such diverse communities, and our tapestry is so nuanced, right? So maybe productivity is not our end goal, sustainability is, right? But then we try to standardize everything to put into module to it's not like a one module fit all solution for this region, right? And in order to look that, we need to start decolonizing the structures. And when I talk about decolonization, I just also want to stress that it doesn't take a white person to implement colonial structures. Sometimes these structures is manifested by people from our region itself. So it's actually looking into the structures when we talk about decolonizing structures into what actually meant by education and employment and what is best standard and not. It's important to understand according to who. Yeah. Thank you.
Are you gonna add something, Summer? Okay. Okay, so I think that ends our question and answer forum from our participants as posed to our speakers for our speakers. Let me just brief you something about before we end this first ground town hall session. We started with discussing points during the panel discussion by our education rights activists from Myanmar, researcher from Malaysia, educator from Indonesia, and women empowerment and gender-related advocate from Indonesia as well, where certain issues were remarkably noted and were given exposure in reshaping well-informed youths. We proceeded by the casual question-answer forum, where concerns on LGBTQIA+ community, job mismatch, and the commercialization of education, technology-assisted works and markets, refugees' welfare, and of course, the curriculum of our students. And finally, the discussion brought us all to one understanding that education plus employment is not equal to welfare, but it should be education and welfare plus employment and welfare equals equal access to opportunities. Once again, thank you for all of our questions and for attending to our first Grand Hall Town meeting. And of course, finally, give us a big round of applause to our 4 speakers for gracing us today. And of course, for sharing their time and expertise in their own field of studies and networks. Thank you, and we are going to see you all again after lunch break. We'll be having our break from 12 to 1 p.m., and we all come back by, I think it's 1, right? Yeah, it's 1 o'clock. So by 1 o'clock, we'll be having art performances by acoustic band, followed by our second ground town hall session about physical and mental health. So for now, enjoy the sumptuous meal for our lunch. Thank you.
Everyone, the meal is right outside, but feel free to take it inside and eat in the ballroom.
for sure. That's what friends are for good times and bad times.
session, but still very fun. But we do encourage the space to be a space where you guys participate because we're here to make changes together. So make sure that you listen in and you ask your questions and you contribute your ideas. We would love to hear your ideas during these sessions. Yeah, so while they set up the stage, who's going next door?
Are the venues ready? Yes, okay.
Only one person going next door. 2 people, 3 people, 4, 5. It does sound like an auction.
What's the name of the other room?
The other room is the boardroom.
Boardroom.
Yes.
For climate change.
Yes, for climate change. This is the...
For mental and physical health.
Yes. The ballroom. Okay, so... Without further ado, I guess we can all start to mobilize ourselves to our respective rooms, whichever you guys choose. Next door, we'll have Moderator Mia, who will be handling the mic.
And
as
for
we won't be
mental and physical health, it will be moderated by
Ricardo,
who is ready.
Okay, so from the MCs, we're gonna say goodbye temporarily to you guys. Goodbye. We will
See you in a
return.
bit. Dear organizers, could you please assist our participants who would like to go to the climate change venue?
Yes.
We'll see you all later after the FGD.
Yeah.
For those who want to stay, meaning you want the topic on mental and physical health. But for those who want to go out, that's for climate change.
Yes. Can I make a request that if you're staying for mental health and physical health to like move forward so the discussion is more, what's the word for it?
More intimate and more meaningful.
And
yes.
meaningful. Yeah. Ricardo, do you want to introduce yourself? Now or later?
Introduction.
You do? Okay.
Okay, so that does mean that they're still vacating the place.
Yeah, they're still
so
vacating.
therefore-
It's okay, no rush, you guys. By the way, since we've been eating here anyways, feel free to grab more food if you want to eat while we listen to the sessions. There's really good sweet dessert outside. Very soupy, but very yummy. Have you tried it? I think it's called Esteller. Yeah. Have you tried it? Esteller?
The dessert one?
Yeah,
The juice?
yeah.
Yeah. So sweet.
Very lovely.
Okay, this means that everyone who remains here are the
Here.
participants for the physical and mental health.
Yeah.
So I guess we shall begin with our next town hall session on mental and physical health. But before that, our stage is being cleared.
And it's clear. Woo. Okay, everyone, let's move up forward. If you don't know each other yet, get to know each other. We're all friends here. Safe
Yes.
space entirely.
May
There
I
are still
request-
empty seats here, empty seats here, empty seats there. Let's go.
Because it feels like everyone is scattered and don't want to sit beside the other people. So we want to invite all our remaining participants to kindly vacate the first tables in front. We request again that all participants please occupy the tables and seats in front.
Also,
We'll have a more intimate and
Yes.
meaningful discussion about mental and physical health.
Also, in case you guys missed the memos, we do have stickers for those who don't consent to be recorded, as we are live streaming at the moment. If you don't consent to being recorded and being on camera, please do grab the sticker up front with our team. Thank you.
Perfect. And I believe our speakers, together with the moderator, are more than ready
Yeah.
to begin the discussion on the topic.
Yay, so fun. Okay, where is our moderator? I see our moderator.
So I think we should now continue with the town hall session number 2. Shall we?
Yes.
Are you all ready for our second grand town hall session? Okay, without further ado, let me begin by introducing the assigned moderator for the mental and physical health topic. The moderator is a senior student at the University of Cambodia, pursuing bachelor's degree in international relations and a human rights activist. Besides studying, he works with the ASEAN Youth Forum to advocate for human rights and youth empowerment in Southeast Asia, and is also an active member of the UNICEF East Asia and the Pacific Young People's Action Team, or YPAT. In 2021, he co-founded a digital online advocacy channel called Gen Z Talk Timor-Leste. He is passionate about human rights, social inclusion, youth empowerment, and digital literacy. In his spare time, he enjoys reading and watching documentaries. Our moderator for physical and mental health town hall session is none other than Ricardo from Timor-Leste. Give a hand for Ricardo, please. The floor is all yours, Ricardo.
Thank you. Thank you, MC, for this amazing introduction. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. One more time, good afternoon. All right, so I think I totally understand that this session we have right after our lunch. And I totally understand after we have food, we kind of like bored and, exhausted. I totally understand, but, trust me, this session will be gonna be interesting session because we're gonna talk about mental and physical health. And I think this topic is equally important as the other factors because if we don't, if we don't feel healthy mentally and physically, we cannot do anything, right? So just bear with me, and then we are gonna having the discussion started. Before we start, just wanted to read to you, introduce some, objective of our session today. The infrastructure based on market capability has caused an even development of healthcare services, both physical and mental. The high quality of healthcare services are available in certain areas, but mostly in big and urban cities. And it is also not affordable for most people, particularly vulnerable and marginalized communities. In addition, the privatization scheme, including patents of medicine and medical equipment, produces an unfair distribution of health. Despite that, the discourses of healthcare frequently excluding traditional medicine invented by indigenous people and perceived as unscientific, quote unquote, unscientific healthcare. Traditional roles such as shaman or healer or midwife are unrecognized. Apart from that, the ancient healthcare treatment from indigenous communities, which have been used for generations, is forbidden. One of the examples is psychoactive substance criminalization. So in this session, we are going to listen to our amazing panelists. We have 4 panelists together with us who have been working in the area of health, both physical and mental. They will share with us their work and experiences around healthcare services, and then we can have discussion around this during our Q&A session. So without further ado, I would like to call our first panelist, is Fitria of 50. Fitria is a medical doctor. Thank you, y'all. Thank you. Fitria is a medical doctor and environmental youth activist since 2015. She was a fellow in Natural Resource Management by YCD Academic Fellowship Program 2021 in East-West Center. She was championing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as ASEAN Youth Forum Youth Rights Ambassador. She is also part of the Youth Advisory Group at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine Center for Climate Change and Planetary Health. Now, she currently serves as a program associate in ASEAN Youth Forum and represent them as a member of ASEAN Environmental Rights Working Group on behalf of the youth group representative. So everyone, right? Everyone, please give a round of applause to 50. You can have the seat. All right. Now, let me read our second panelist bio. Our second panelist on the list, we have Fatum Ade. Fatum Ade is a coordinator of advocacy team at Indonesian Mental Health Association. She has been working for several non-governmental organizations, particularly on issues related to women, disability, and education for 17 years since 2006. Fatum Ade dedicated her time to doing advocacy and community monitoring. This year, she was one of the speakers at the Working Women's Conference in Jakarta. Everyone, please give a round of applause to Fatum Ade. All right. Kak Fatum can have a seat in the front as well. Okay, so our third panelist on the list, we have Rani Hastari. Rani Hastari is a gender equality and social inclusion specialist at Plan International in Indonesia. Rani obtained a Master of Arts in Childhood Studies from University of Leeds, United Kingdom. She had the opportunity to be a research assistant at Leeds City Council, where she worked on child and youth participation issues. She also had experiences as gender advisor for Voice for Change program in Asia, GECI especially for COVID-19 response and focal point for gender and child early and forced marriage networks. Everyone, please give a round of applause to Rani. And last but not least, on our panelist list, we have Bapak Cecep Somantri. Bapak Cecep Somantri is the head of the General Working Group and Cooperation of Directorate General of Vocational Education in Indonesia. Through his leadership, Directorate General of Vocational Education won a Bronze Award as the Best Government Public Relations Ministry Sector at Indonesian GPR Awards, or IGA 2023, in Makassar, South Sulawesi. Everyone, please give a hand to Bapak Cecep Somantri. All right, so we have our 4 panelists together with us to begin our discussion with the theme of access to mental and physical health. Right, so before we start, just wanted to give all of you some highlight during our discussion. So our discussion will revolve around universal social protection, high quality physical and mental health services must be accessible and affordable for all. It means that healthcare services should be non-discriminatory, provide the needs of young people from various backgrounds, and be inclusive. The state should distribute knowledge, medicine, and medical equipment evenly. Physical and mental health are interlinked with other welfare elements, such as climate change. All right. Oh, I'm gonna be, all right, sure. No worries. Okay, before we start, just wanted to ask everyone, the panelists, how are you guys doing? How are you guys feeling?
Fine today.
Thank you. I'm good, thank you.
All right, thank you, Bapak. And
Amazing.
Amazing, right. And Kak? Fine?
Excited.
Excited, right. So I want to start off our session with the question to 50. 50, as a doctor in public health services, could you tell us your experience working in the field and what is your daily work there?
Thank you, Ricardo. And hello, good afternoon, everyone. I hope thank you so much. I hope you're you're so excited to have discussion with us. And I know it is already afternoon and maybe kind of sleepy, but I'm really excited to meet you all and share my experience as well as a medical doctor. This is my first year as a real medical doctor because I just graduated last year, and I was a student for 7 years, and yeah, this is my first year to work in the medical field directly in the hospital. And as Ricardo mentioned, how was my experience so far? It's really great to experience the true responsibility as a medical doctor, especially those who work in the forefront of the hospital to take care of the patients and to prescribe the medicines and doing the emergency works. And I think along with my medical journey, I found my passion also in the human and planetary health, and see how this health and environment is really interconnected to each other, because maybe not all of the medical workers are aware about this. Maybe not all of the, everyone will have the idea, how can this person or doctor talk about the climate change? Like when I talk to so amazing medical doctor, but why are you talking about the environment? So it's like, okay, because a small change in our environment will affect our health. And that's what I see in Pontianak right now. It's really happening for the dengue fever. And like I said, it's really touching my heart to see that every day, children especially come to the ER with the fever and the symptoms. When they check it, okay, the dengue fever. So dengue fever is one of the climate-related disease that can be infected by the climate crisis. And we know in every province in Indonesia we will have several endemic situations, but this is what currently happening, and it is what I can share. For Jakarta, I know you guys have bad air pollution, and we have different burden of the disease, like the infections of the pulmonary that decrease the quality of the life. So yeah, I think that's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, 50. Thank you for highlighting such a very the interlink between the climate change and our health. It's very clear, and also thank you for bringing Jakarta as one of the example. Thank you so much. Now, moving on to Kak Fatum. Could you tell us how PJS works and what is the main focus that you advocate for?
Oke, aku menggunakan bahasa Indonesia ya. Ya, nanti ada translator di sana. Ya, terima kasih Ricardo dan teman-teman semua. PJS adalah sebuah organisasi penyandang disabilitas yang ada di Indonesia yang berfokus pada isu disabilitas mental.
Okay, so PCS is a disability-oriented organization that focuses on mental health of the people with disabilities.
Ya, kami sudah sekitar tahun bergerak untuk isu mental, disabilitas mental khususnya, yang mana selama ini belum ada penanganan atau kemudian perhatian yang kuat dan serius dari pemerintah.
Okay, so our efforts have started 5 years. From what year? 5 years ago? 15 years ago, and we focus on efforts in shining light on the issue of mental health, which are often overlooked by the government in Indonesia.
Ya, sebenarnya saya punya presentasi.
Yes, she has a presentation that she would like to elaborate a little bit on. Is it possible to get it up?
Can we get the presentation?
Okay, there we go.
All right.
Ya. Ya, kami memang berfokus pada beberapa isu untuk penyandang disabilitas mental di Indonesia. Yang pertama berkaitan dengan deinstitusionalisasi, yang kedua tentang kebutuhan obat psikofarmaka untuk penyandang disabilitas mental, dan yang ketiga terkait dengan kecakapan hukum, keempat terkait dengan konsesi atau perlindungan potongan biaya atau kemudian pengurangan biaya begitu kepada penyandang disabilitas agar mereka bisa lebih mudah mengakses harga-harga atau kemudian kebutuhan sehari-hari berkaitan dengan ketenaga kerjaan dan pendidikan, karena penyandang disabilitas mental sulit sekali mendapatkan pekerjaan, dan yang terakhir terkait dengan kebijakan program pemerintah terkait dengan penyandang disabilitas mental.
Okay, so the focus of PJS are these 6 points. First, it's the institutionalization of people with mental health disabilities. And then the second one is to advocate for a more accessible medicine. And then third is law awareness, increasing the awareness of law related to mental
Legal
health.
capacity.
Yes, legal capacity. And then concessions, which is basically the capacity to lower the prices of mental health support to make it more accessible for people. And then ketenagakerjaan pendidikan is education and workforce, because it's excruciatingly hard for people with mental disabilities to get work here in Indonesia. And the last one is programs in the government, local and as in the nationwide efforts in mental health law.
Ya, di masyarakat kita penyandang disabilitas beragam dikenal sebagai beberapa sebutan ya. Ada yang menyebutnya gila gitu. Kemudian ada sakit jiwa. Mungkin beberapa teman kadang kalau kita bercanda gitu ya, kadang mau menunjukkan seseorang yang nggak logis dengan menyebutnya sakit jiwa gitu ya. Kemudian ODGJ atau orang dengan gangguan jiwa, yang konotasi ketiga istilah ini masih konotasi yang negatif, yang memandang penyandang disabilitas mental adalah orang-orang yang bahkan setengah manusia ya. Jadi kami kemudian mengganti menjadi disabilitas mental sesuai dengan Undang-Undang Disabilitas Nomor 8 Tahun 2016, yang mana sudah menyebutkan bahwa penyandang disabilitas mental adalah salah satu dari ragam dari disabilitas. Silakan dulu.
Okay, so in terms of the terminology used by PJS, they prefer to use the word mental disability in accordance to the disability law, instead of using the word gila, that means crazy, or sakit jiwa, that means mentally ill, or ODGJ, which basically translates to people with mental illnesses. So this is a part of their efforts in making the environment in Indonesia a better place to use the right terminology to begin with.
Ya, dan kita senang untuk anak muda sekarang sudah mulai bicara soal kesehatan mental, bicara soal skizofrenia, bipolar, anxiety, dan kemudian mungkin depresi dan split personality dan banyak lagi begitu. Jadi ini bukan sesuatu yang perlu untuk dianggap sebagai mereka terlalu malas atau kemudian terlalu baper gitu ya. Tapi ini adalah bagian dari bagaimana anak muda mulai mengkampanyekan dan mulai menceritakan perasaan yang dulu oleh banyak orang dianggap sebagai aib.
Okay, so we are excited and we acknowledge all the efforts that youth are making at the moment. They are they acknowledge better now in terms of mental health issues and diseases such as schizophrenia, and then bipolar disorder, and a variety others that are now getting more attention, and which previously in the olden days would be seen as taboo and also a disgrace. So it's a better environment at the moment, and we acknowledge that.
Ya, di Indonesia sebetulnya penanganannya masih keliru pada orang dengan disabilitas mental atau kesehatan mental di Indonesia. Jadi kebanyakan kesehatan mental ketika seseorang mengalami gangguan kejiwaan, yang dilakukan kebanyakan adalah institusionalisasi, dimasukkan ke rumah sakit jiwa atau ke dalam panti-panti rehabilitasi mental. Ini sangat bahaya karena panti bukanlah jawaban dari ketika seseorang mengalami gangguan jiwa. Hal ini kalau mau dilihat dari sejarahnya, sebenarnya persoalannya sudah sangat jauh dari zaman kolonial Belanda. Terjemahin dulu.
Okay, so if we're going to look into the history of institutionalization of mentally ill people in Indonesia, it all dates back to the colonization during the Netherlands colonization of Indonesia. We are focusing in here because at the moment we realize that it's not a solution to institutionalize mentally ill people. Yeah. Dulu itu.
Iya, di tahun 1866 sudah mulai ada pembangunan rumah sakit jiwa oleh pemerintah kolonial Belanda, di mana ini adalah politik etis dari pemerintah kolonial Belanda untuk kemudian membangun rumah sakit jiwa gitu di berbagai wilayah kolonial mereka gitu. Nah, sebetulnya ini juga berkaitan dengan banyak staf-staf atau petugas pemerintah dari Belanda yang mengalami persoalan kejiwaan juga. Mereka juga mengalami depresi dan semacamnya, yang mana ini oleh pemerintah Belanda waktu itu juga sangat dianggap sebagai aib, dianggap sebagai sesuatu yang sangat terhina begitu. Mereka kemudian membangun rumah sakit jiwa dan tempat penampungan sementara untuk orang-orang yang mengalami gangguan jiwa. Salah satu rumah sakit tertua di Indonesia, rumah sakit jiwa tertua di Indonesia dibangun tahun 1897 di Bogor, namanya Marzuki Mahdi.
Okay, so dating back to 1866, the reason why the Netherlands started building all these mental hospitals is because their own people were getting depressed and they're getting mentally ill from colonizing us, I guess. But yeah, so they started creating mental health hospitals because of that, and it just builds up to this point. They have the same perspective where it's a bad thing and it's a disgrace, so our mindsets are also dating back to their mindsets.
Ya, gambar di tengah itu adalah peraturan atau undang-undang zaman kolonial, statbat namanya, statbat untuk orang gila ya. Saya tidak terlalu hafal sebutan kata orang gila, tapi ada geza gitu ya. Ini kalau kami catatkan dari sejarah, ternyata banyak sekali perubahan, tapi perubahan peraturan ini tidak mengubah substansi penanganan penyandang disabilitas mental bahkan setelah kemerdekaan hingga sekarang tahun 2023. Masih ada institusionalisasi dan masih ada pemenjaraan gitu ya bagi penyandang disabilitas mental di Indonesia.
Okay. Okay, so the picture in the middle shows basically the document that started the mental hospitals here in Indonesia that was started by the Netherlands. She mentioned that there's a word there that basically says crazy in Dutch, although we're not exactly sure which part. But yeah, that's the first amendment of our institutionalization of mentally ill people.
Ya, institusionalisasi atau di masyarakat kita mungkin mengenalnya rumah sakit jiwa dan panti, kebanyakan adalah bangunan yang memiliki jeruji-jeruji, ruangan-ruangan berjeruji, kemudian juga ada ruangan isolasi. Ada juga kalau di panti ada pemasungan gitu ya, ada perantaian, ada juga kemudian mereka hidup dengan fasilitas yang sangat buruk yang membuat mereka, mohon maaf, BAB, BAK, tidur, makan, minum di tempat yang sama.
Okay, so the reality of mental health institutions here in Indonesia are split into a couple of things. Mental hospitals, and then there's panti, which is basically a house where they get locked into cells and rooms where they do basically everything in there. And also there are concepts called pemasungan here, which basically they are tied down on the neck and on the hands and they're kept there. And that's what we mean by institutionalization in Indonesia at this point, yeah.
Ya, ini adalah contoh dua orang ini sudah meninggal di Jawa Tengah tempatnya. Mereka mengalami perantaian di kakinya. Ini adalah kasus di sebuah panti di Jawa Tengah. Mereka kemudian dikurung di rantai, kakinya tidak bisa melakukan apa-apa dan akhirnya meninggal di sana. Silakan.
Okay, so that was what we were talking about. That's pemasungan in the pantis. They're both have sadly passed away due to these conditions, and these are both from a panti in the Central Java area, which the panti still exists to this day. So this is still going on.
Ya. Di Indonesia dari data Perhimpunan Jiwa Sehat terdapat 12.500 orang dengan disabilitas mental berada di dalam panti-panti rehabilitasi. Bukan rumah sakit jiwa, tapi panti-panti rehabilitasi. Mereka dikurung di sana seperti kondisi seperti ini. Kemudian mereka juga ada yang banyak meninggal di sana. Dan kami mencatat banyak sekali anak muda yang habis hidupnya di dalam panti. Mereka harus puluhan tahun tinggal di panti tanpa tahu kapan mereka bisa keluar dari panti rehabilitasi tersebut.
Okay, so in these panti rehabilitation nooks, houses, they tend to put children in there and they spend their whole lives in there. And there are approximately 12,500 youths that are being placed in these places to this day.
Saya menemukan ada seorang perempuan yang tinggal di Jogja, di dalam sebuah panti di Jogja, yang dia tinggal dari tahun 2001 ketika panti itu berdiri sampai sekarang. Artinya sudah ada 20 tahun dia berada di panti dan masih muda, usianya belum sampai 40 dan bisa kita bayangkan berapa lama waktunya habis di dalam panti tanpa bisa melakukan apa-apa untuk masa depannya.
So there's a girl in Central Java in Yogyakarta who's been in this panti since it opened in 2001 and she's still in there. And so we're still kind of just looking out for whether or not she's just going to stay there forever, but it looks like it.
Ya, ini kondisi yang bisa dialami oleh anak muda. Pertama, hilang usia produktif pasti saja karena dia akan habis di sana waktunya, kemudian masa depannya hancur karena tidak ada program layanan rehabilitasi yang memadai di sana. Tidak untuk menyembuhkan kesehatan mental kita yang terganggu, tapi justru menambah masalah ketika kita masih tetap berada di sana. Saya setiap kali ketika berkunjung ke panti rehabilitasi, setelah pulang dari situ saya butuh healing beberapa kali hari gitu karena saya juga disabilitas mental dan saya ke-trigger sekali ketika datang ke tempat itu dan kemudian pulang saya butuh waktu untuk ke psikiater, psikolog dan untuk merilis apa yang saya lihat selama berada di panti.
Okay, so these four are the effects of youth being institutionalized in Indonesia. First, they lose their productive years, and then future is all ruined, and then they get even more stigmatized, and then in general, they fall into being victimized in this whole situation. And she was just telling about how she herself is a survivor of, she's also, she has a mental disability and going to these places trigger her very much.
Ya, kebutuhan kami sebetulnya bukan panti rehabilitasi. Untuk itu kami kemudian melihat bahwa panti rehabilitasi sebetulnya nggak perlu ada gitu. Jadi rumah sakit jiwa juga sebetulnya karena terlalu stigma gitu. Rumah sakit jiwa hadir justru makin menambah stigma. Kalau saya keluar dari rumah sakit jiwa, saya disebut ex pasien rumah sakit jiwa, itu banyak yang nggak akan mau terima saya. Dianggap bahaya, menakutkan, kemudian muncul ketika saya bekerja, saya akan ditolak oleh banyak perusahaan karena saya adalah pasien ex rumah sakit jiwa. banyak dari teman-teman PJS yang kemudian ketika bekerja yang meng-apply sebuah rekrutmen perusahaan BUMN di Indonesia, kami sering ditolak karena MCU, medical check up kami keluar ada obat psikofarmaka yang kami konsumsi, dan itu kami dianggap kalau ketika kamu mengaku bahwa kami ada seorang bipolar, kami seorang skizofrenia, maka saat itu juga kami akan ditolak untuk mengikuti seleksi dari pekerjaan tersebut.
Okay, so one of the struggles that mentally disabled people here face are automatically not getting into a job because we fail the medical checkup when they find out that we take antidepressants or medical medicines of sorts, and also basically she was saying about how it's not necessary to have either mental hospitals or panti. Both of them only raises stigma for mentally disabled people, and it only worsens for the image that they end up carrying.
Ya, kami kemudian memerlukan beberapa hal seperti bagaimana agar panti segera digantikan dengan fasilitas kesehatan yang memadai, misalnya mendekatkan rumah sakit poli kesehatan jiwa ke puskesmas, kemudian obat yang terjangkau karena obat psikofarmaka di Indonesia itu masih menggunakan obat generasi pertama yang ketika kami konsumsi itu bisa mengakibatkan kami menjadi pelo, menjadi tremor, kemudian juga bisa Parkinson, bahkan stroke gitu. Jadi ini obat masih generasi lama, haloperidol CS yang itu mungkin dokter tahu gitu ya, yang itu efek sampingnya sangat berat begitu. Dan ketika mau kami akses yang obat yang berkualitas, mahal sekali obat itu. Sehingga keluarga bingung bagaimana agar memastikan kami bisa keluar dari panti, bisa hidup secara mandiri dan berdaya, bisa terlibat dengan teman-teman semua, bisa hadir di sini berdiskusi gitu ya. Itu sesuatu tantangan yang sedang kami perjuangkan.
So instead of creating more mental hospitals, she encourages the system to just create a better system in our psychological poli itu apa ya? But basically the doctors that handle mental health, it needs to be better. And she was also telling a story about how medicine here are still first generation medicine with immense side effects that can't be avoidable, and if mentally disabled people were to access better medicine, it would be very, very expensive. So there needs to be a better system regarding that as well.
Ya, harapan kami adalah bagaimana kami bisa keluar dari panti rehabilitasi, hidup di masyarakat bersama-sama dengan keluarga dan tentu saja dengan semua orang, bekerja, diberikan pekerjaan tentu dengan menghilangkan semua syarat-syarat regulasi-regulasi atau peraturan-peraturan yang membuat kami tidak bisa menjadi seorang pekerja gitu ya. Seperti saya bilang, masih ada syarat sehat jasmani dan rohani dalam setiap tes CPNS, BUMN, dan segala macam yang membuat kami sudah disingkirkan sebelum diseleksi. Kalaupun kami mengakui setelah kami bekerja, mereka tidak tahu kami sebagai disabilitas mental. Ketika kami mengakui bahwa kami adalah disabilitas mental, maka kami akan rentan dipecat dan dikeluarkan. Kemarin kasus pemecatan terjadi di Kementerian Keuangan pada seorang penyandang disabilitas psikososial gitu ya. Dia dipecat karena dia adalah disabilitas psikososial. Ini masih menjadi masalah dan kami masih memperjuangkan itu. Terima kasih.
Okay, so in short, basically what she's after is the empowerment of mentally disabled people instead of the constant stigma that they have to face when trying to get a job, having to risk the process of getting a job entirely simply because they are disabled mentally. And then she was also telling a story about a recent case where a mentally disabled person was fired from their job in the Ministry of Finance, there we go. Ministry of Finance, and that's something that they're still working on to properly get justice for. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Fatum. Yeah, give a round of applause to Fatum. I mean, it's quite a lot to process, but again, thank you so much for sharing PGS works and also talk about the stereotypes around mental health, specifically in Southeast Asia and particularly in your context. And but it's also great to see that young people are more open to talk about it, are more open to discuss about it. So speaking about young people, I just wanted to ask to move on to the Nasla.
Rani.
Sorry, Rani from the Plan International in Indonesia. So Yayasan Plan Indonesia has decades of experience providing information to young people, right? Especially regarding sexual and reproductive health. Do you mind sharing with us what the Yayasan Plan International in Indonesia has done at the grassroots level?
Okay, so actually as part of the Plan International, Plan Indonesia has been working on the fulfillment of children's rights, also the meaningful youth participation, and also the equality for girls. And we realized that actually in Indonesia, young people took up to around 25% of total population in Indonesia, so we have the focus on it. And regarding the SRHR, we see that we need to also focus on the girls' agency, so that's why we work with them in a grassroots level. And in terms of girls' agency, we see some level. For example, what we do is that the first one to raise the awareness, and then the next one is to build the confidence and also critical thinking. And then the next one is that how they could identify and mitigate the risk. And the next one, with them, we support the girls' agency where young people, especially girls, could influence and mobilize others. So by 2027, we have a dream that actually we could reach around 3 million girls in Indonesia. And with the around 50 million children and young people as indirect participants. So that way, we work in several projects area that also integrate the SRHR in CAFM issue, for example, child early and forced marriage, and also the WASH for the sanitation, water, and hygiene, because we know that mostly we work in eastern part of Indonesia, and we know that the water scarcity and where the water as part of the gender norms there, where usually the girls and young women take the water there because that's part of domestic work, they think, and that also make them uneasy to find the clean water for their own needs. And also, we also conducted the research around the SRHR that girls and young women still face challenges, especially to fulfill their needs in menstruation. For example, in the provision of the toilet that should be safe for girls, and also the necessities that are not fulfilled yet. So that's why we work not only with the girls, but also with boys to build the gender equality itself, because we couldn't do it alone, only with the girls. And we work with the multi-stakeholders, for example, like the schools, the government institutions, and we also initiate some like village child protection committee at the grassroots level, and also support the government program on the child-friendly schools. So in that way, we also develop some modules, train young people, and with them, we do the campaign. So in some projects, they have the peer educators. For example, in Yes I Do projects, Bloom, Gemacita, and others, they are promoting the SRHR and also the prevention of child marriage as well. So we think that actually the SRHR issue couldn't stand alone. It really relates to many other factors and also could impact any other aspects in their social lives. And apart from the supporting the peer educators, we also do the advocacy with the multi-stakeholders as well. So we have a dream where children and young people could obtain quality education in a safe environment, because most of the time they stay at school, right? We have to make sure that they are informed about the SRHR, because usually when the pregnancy, for example, unintended pregnancy, the ones that to blame usually young people, usually children, not about their rights. They actually are taken away from them. They need the kind of information, not only information that's really basic, bare minimum, because we need safer and friendlier access of health services towards children and young people, because it remains taboo. So that's why it's really a big work that need to collaborate at all levels, something like that.
Thank you, Rani. Thank you for actually emphasizing the interconnection between sexual and reproductive health and right, with not only with the young girl, but also with the young boys as well. And interestingly, to also see how your work around child-friendly school and working with the education professors and faculties to actually, talking about SRHR. So that's a very good, highlight coming from your organization. So speaking about education, I would like to move on to Pat Chechep. So during your work with the Directorate General, are you familiar with the existing policy and initiative in our education system, especially in vocational education, which target youth that address physical and mental health issues?
All right, thank you, Chair. It's a privilege to be here and share some thoughts on the ongoing discussion. But please allow me to elaborate that during my tenure in the Ministry of Education and Culture, Research and Technology, I could see that, yes, there are existing policies specifically aiming at youth, but I could also see that one of the major umbrellas in today's topic is about inclusion and gender equality to some extent, including some spectrums of disability, or in today's literature it's called executive function. But I'm not sure if I could say that I could see Indonesia in a single lens. It is something impossible, because Indonesia is too diverse, and context in terms of education does matter. So in relation to it, I would like to start off or kick off by mentioning that the most classic policies aiming at youth, including those with some spectrums of disability, is of course, as everybody knows in this room, is the physical and health education. But perhaps some people who graduated from state schools will normally say, yeah, but it's too common and it's not really working well. But as a person working at the national level, I agree to disagree, because if you take a look at some quote unquote some ideal schools, let's suppose in this case, I'm not trying to stereotype, but some those schools with privileged classes, this mental and physical education subject is working very effective in addressing, to some extent, inclusion and spectrums of disability. Other than that, far before this regime, there was a program called Parenting Education. And parenting education is key to address various difficulties faced by boys, girls, youth, and adults parenting education is like the core point where education starts for all people in the context of Indonesia as well as globally to some extent, especially in the ASEAN context. And in relation to the fact that I'm working in vocational education that targets a lot of youth, I cannot say that there is this national policy specifically targeting those with disabilities or executive function issues. Yes, there are policies in certain, let's say, higher education institutions just located next to our venue right now. For example, in a polytechnic in Jakarta, there is a specific program for students with disabilities, and it's called a golden ticket program for students with disability. And in this polytechnic, that program works really well because it does not only educate students with disability with subjects that they need or skills that they need to work, but first, it's not an exclusive program. It's inclusive because the students are combined with other students. I mean, it's a regular program. Secondly, it aims at creating an incubator for business where students will collaborate with each other, building a project and ending up with income generating activities or project. And the latest policy that compresses not only vocational education is back in 2021 through the minister's regulation on the prevention and handling of sexual violence. You may think sexual violence, but if you look inside of the regulation basically talks about three biggest sins in education, namely intolerance, sexual harassment, and bullying. So I think that policy is a breakthrough for our education, especially in relation to what we are discussing today, mental disability, facilities that is friendly to all genders, and so on and so forth. That I would say for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Pa, for giving us some examples of the existing policies that we have in our schools and especially vocational training. But again, as you also mentioned, that there's some challenges and issues despite of us having the existing initiative from the government. So I would like to ask 50, as a young person or as a young activist, are there any challenges you found coming from society and the system which is more structural problems? Could you walk us through some challenges you found on the grassroots or on the ground in your experience?
In the context of medical or?
Yes, in your context of medical and in your experience or your work.
Okay, so talking about my experience in a clinical field for this past, I can say like 3 years. And yeah, we have, I think I can say that we have a very good universal health coverage, which is the national insurance that we call it BPJS right now. And I see in Pontianak, I don't know if it's here because I talk based on my experience as a young doctor that works in city that quite far from the capital. So we have this great insurance, national insurance that covers almost all of the illnesses and diseases, which I think if you use the X or Twitter, we have like a viral tweets about the comparison between Indonesia and US insurance, which the US will be very, very expensive, and it is not cover all of it. But in BPJS or in our national insurance, they covers everything. Even if you have the 4th stage of cancer, then you can go to Dharma is here and just zero payment. And the problem, I think, because of as big as Jakarta and the hospital is not as much in here, maybe. and we have limited public hospital that can cover the BPJS. So this is based on my experience because I met people, I met patients in the ER, and then some of them, of course, they will require how to say that, hospitalization, but due to the limited capacity of our hospital, we cannot accept everyone because we want to ensure them get the how to say that, comfortable in the room, and I think that BPJS or our national insurance. So that's the problem, because I mean, like, we have maybe around five in Pontianak for public hospital, but for private maybe almost 5 too. And every day there will be a lot of people get sick, and there will be a lot of people needs to be hospitalized, and that's the thing. And sometimes, okay, maybe for some people they can try to afford money, like to borrow money from somewhere else, but some of people like they are not able to do so. So it's like it's dilemma between me and like from the hospital side and also the patient side, because we don't have place to accept them into the room, especially those who needs the intense care room, intense care units. Maybe they have like accidents, or they have like the late stage of disease, and that's really sad to have to, like, we don't have options. So this is what we can provide. So that's the thing, because like I said, we have a very great national insurance, but I think the infrastructure and also the accommodation is not really equal, and the comparison between the people who's sick and the healthcare facility is not, how to say that, equal. So it's like, yeah, that's why people always say that hospital is overburdened. Why hospital always, the public hospital always refer patients to the private hospital. Yes, I can say that maybe this is the reason, because we have like a limited infrastructure on the hospital that can afford, like, maybe we can just maximum 50% for one hospital, but there are 200% come to us needs to be hospitalized. So what we can do, we cannot just put them in the ER and like monitor them. That sometimes they need very intensive monitoring, so they need to be taken care in a very special room. And for those, again, because we live in a tropical country, so the infectious disease like tuberculosis is very common, and that's a very complicated thing again, because they need isolation room, and which is not all of the hospital in Pontiac available for that. It's like we have like 2 or 3 public hospital that can afford for the isolation room, and it's limited number. And we need to refer again to the private hospital for them to be treated if they come up with the heavy or the weaknesses. But if they are good, in a good condition, so yeah, we can just try to give them medication for the tuberculosis for 6 months, and they can take the medication regularly to the community healthcare, or we call it puskesmas. So that's the thing. I think the main concern, like my experience as a doctor that work directly with the patients, to see, like, I think the imbalance for the infrastructure and the needs of the people itself.
Thank you for sharing this, because again, you really highlight the structural problems and how accessibility of physical and mental health between urban areas with the rural areas or local areas. So we can see the inequality of accessibility is really there. I would like to move on to Fatum. Besides stigma and discrimination, young people in the region, according to ASEAN Youth Forum research findings, have concerns about mental health services that are not accessible and affordable for them. What is your opinion about it? And how does social protection, such as BPJS, provided by the government work, specifically in your context?
Cek. Ya. Oke. Ya. Untuk BPJS, sebetulnya untuk kesehatan mental, seperti yang saya sebutkan tadi, bahwa kita masih ada kendala soal mengcover obat-obatan yang berkualitas dari psikofarmaka, obat-obatan psikofarmaka. seperti saya depresi mayor dan ansietas, saya kalau ke rumah sakit, terus terang kalau ke rumah sakit menggunakan BPJS, akan mendapatkan obat yang kualitasnya rendah. Dan itu efek sampingnya yang saya butuhkan karena saya tidak akan bisa produktif bekerja gitu. Jadi akan berasa pegal-pegal di bahu, tangan merasa kayak kaku, tremor, terus ngecas gitu. Saya akan prefer untuk ke psikiater yang praktik klinik gitu ya, membuka praktik klinik dan kemudian mendapatkan obat-obatan yang tepat guna karena memang mahal tapi kemudian dia lebih baik gitu, kualitasnya lebih baik. Ini masih bahayanya ketika sistem kesehatan mental kita belum melihat bahwa obat yang berkualitas itu sangat dibutuhkan.
Okay, so in regards to BPJS, which is the national insurance that we have, the quality of the medicine, the treatments, and the facilities provided are still very bare minimum. And even herself, who suffers depression and also anxiety, she would rather go to a private practice rather than to a local hospital and use her BPJS privileges because the treatments and the medicines are different. And the side effects that she experiences with the medicine that they give you through BPJS would actually affect her productivity, and it would also just cause physical pain on her and stiffness and a bunch of other side effects that they don't really talk about much and which don't really have, are being highlighted in order to, for the government to actually have focus better on giving proper medicine and treatment.
Ya, yang kedua adalah BPJS belum mengcover psikolog. Membayar psikolog. Jadi kalau misalnya kita menggunakan BPJS, kita harus ke puskesmas dan ketika di puskesmas kita hanya akan bertemu dengan dokter umum yang bukan psikiater. Terus nanti kalau kita mau ada tingkat layanan tingkat kedua, kita akan dirujuk ke rumah sakit umum dan di rumah sakit umum baru kita dapat psikiater. Nah, psikolog kadang-kadang kan kita butuh psikolog selain psikiater ya, karena psikiater kita hanya bertemu 15 sampai 20 menit untuk kemudian bercerita dan dikasih obat gitu. Nah, psikolog untuk kita membutuhkan untuk mengurai masalah gitu ya, merilis persoalan-persoalan kita. Nah, sayangnya itu belum tercover oleh BPJS. Nah, yang ketiga adalah persoalan bagaimana agar teman-teman yang di panti tadi mereka bisa keluar dan hidup mandiri itu gitu. Jadi ada pekerjaan yang bisa bagaimana kehidupan sehari-hari itu kemudian ada perlindungan sosialnya selain kesehatan ya. Karena misalnya perlindungan sosial misalnya kami sebut konsesi tadi itu sangat penting agar ada pemotongan-pemotongan harga atau kemudian pengurangan harga atau bahkan penghapusan harga sehingga penyandang disabilitas mental ini mereka bisa berdaya gitu, bisa kemudian sedikit teringankan nih begitu sebagai bagian dari perlindungan sosial yang kami sedang advokasi dan tawarkan ke negara. Terima kasih.
Okay, so BPJS doesn't cover psychological services. In a context where we're talking about psychologists instead of psychiatrists, they only cover psychiatrist services in hospitals. And that is the type of limitation that we have to face in the system of free healthcare here in Indonesia. And with that in mind, again, private practice is often the better choice to get better treatment. And that's also a resource that they have to go after, which is why she brought back again the topic of concession, or basically the concept of cutting the price or even making it completely free for mental health disabled people to be able to access help. Yeah.
Thank you. I think really, Fatma really highlight the where there is no inclusive in the system, especially when it comes to the government initiative or the ideas coming from the government. So I think the discussion around how inclusive the accessibility for health cares, both physical and mental, should be the center of our discussion today. I would like to move on to Rani. From your field observation, what is the relation between health and social injustice?
Okay, so actually, perhaps the very first thing is that we are here, we need to acknowledge our privilege right here, that we already have the access, something like that. But it's the health itself, and also the one that you talk about, like about the social injustice, we should think that it's supposed to be the basic right. It's not a privilege. So that's the difference. So we need to think about that. That actually, when we work on it, actually we need to fulfill the basic right, not about the privilege. The privilege is something like, okay, we are here, but the access, but are you sure that actually you already have the friendly access? Something like that? The access itself is not enough. So that's why, for example, here, like perhaps we need to remember about the situation in the COVID-19 pandemic. And then at that time, when we needed to have the clean water, the safe environment, but how the people, the girls and young women in the eastern part of Indonesia, that they experience the water scarcity. That's not only they were threatened by the COVID-19 pandemic, but on daily basis, they already face this situation. So when the disaster happened and also any other unfortunate situation happened, they experience multi-burdens. Not only a difficult situation on daily basis, but also other things that they experience. That's the very first thing. We need to see that this is a basic right. And the next one is that we are also working on the non-communicable disease that actually, based on the data, it also contributes to the 73% of death in Indonesia. And about the 26% of those people like age 30 to 70 experience this among them. So that's why we need to see that the health issues are really important. Not only those that easy to infect, like the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the non-communicable disease. Talking about that, it's also about mental health. And we conducted consultation with children and young people where the situation not only happened in rural areas, but also in urban areas. That nowadays they experience this. Like we talk about the climate crisis, right? The air pollution, the heat, something like that. And they gave recommendation that mental health is also a priority. So that's why Plan Indonesia has been working on with the National Disaster Management Authority, and we developed the e-learning where we conducted a consultation with children and young people. What are the topics that they need to learn about and do something more about that? And they propose mental health. So now we open an opportunity for you all, because if you have any other materials that you can support for this e-learning process, just feel free to contact us. And we work with other multi-stakeholders as well, not only the NMDA, so with Ministry of Women's Empowerment and Child Protection as well, and other NGOs and other organizations to work on this issue. So really, it really interconnected to one another. This is not only about the health itself, but how it could affect other aspects in this world.
Right. Thank you. I think it is also important to have seen the interconnection between health and social injustice and lack of resources that is happening really in our context. Do you want to add something?
Yeah, because like we see that there are some gender gaps as well in this case. That's yeah, for example, for the unintended pregnancy, something like that. Also, we concerned about the situation about the SRHR, that it remains taboo in Indonesia. So how to break the taboos itself? So this is not only about the health aspect, but also the social norms and also the gender norms that play important roles in this. So again, we don't see the children and young people, especially girls, as the object, but we should see them as the actors.
Right.
When we fulfill their rights, don't only think about the provision to give the access, but think about the access, control, participation, and also benefit where they could play important role in this.
Thank you. Again, thank you so much for highlighting the comprehensive gender, not only health and social injustice, but also gender aspects in this linkage and discussion. I would like to move on to Pak Cecep. What resources, we're speaking about lack of resources, so I would like to understand what resources and support systems are currently available for educators and students who are dealing with mental health challenges faced by youth, especially during their vocational school or when they're about to enter the job market.
Right, another seminal question. Thank you very much, Chair. I came here with my youth spirit. So I don't come here not to deliver business as usual answers. I'm a young bureaucrat, so your question is what resources that we have, what don't we have? I think I would like to begin with that. If we are talking about guidance and counseling teachers at schools, 100% of schools throughout Indonesia do have guidance and counseling teacher, in which part of the responsibility is to provide guidance, mental, physical, and psychological well-being of the students, including the teaching and non-teaching staff. But when we are talking about education, it's like talking about providing a perfect painting. So it's almost something impossible to do. But I'm not talking about impossibility. I'm talking about, I think we need to move forward from quantity, talking about lack of resources, towards quality. If you do have guidance and counseling teachers throughout Indonesia in all of the schools, then I think we should start talking about the competence. Research shows in 2015 that the ministry doubled the teacher's salary. And 5 years afterwards, the title of the research says, doubling for nothing. We doubled the teacher's salary, but changes in terms of education quality remain zero. So I think we need to move forward towards quality. We're talking about, let's say, for example, lack of funding, lack of resources. It is something seminal and something classic. But if we refer back, if we learn, I'm not trying to compare, even though I am comparing right now. We became independent country in 1945, almost exactly the same with South Korea. But look at South Korea now. I think education plays a very important role there. The way they recruit the teachers is not the way how we do it. They recruited best of the best. 1 out of 1,000 people could pass the exam. I'm not trying to undermine the quality of the Indonesian teachers because they do teach in a way that cannot be carried out in other countries with all of the difficulties faced in our country. But what I'm saying is, let's take a look at another research by Boston Consulting Group mentioning about how difficult it is to find accountable resources for research. So my question is, we have counseling and guidance teachers, we have abundant of research in Indonesia from reputable universities showing suggesting, recommending various policies to be taken or to be in place in Indonesia. But based on that research by Boston Consulting Group, and my question is, I question the reliability and validity of the research. I'm not sure if the research are conducted in a valid and reliable way that could provide honest, transparent, and valid findings that could be applicable in our country. So resources, we do have resources, but when we talk about quality, I put a question mark there. Thanks.
Thank you, Pa. I would like to also move on to 50. How important, you mentioned about BPJS, right? And I would like to also know how important, from your perspective, how important is the universal social safety, such as BPJS, for the people, especially young people? Is there anything that the government needs to improve the system?
Okay, back again to talk about the universal health coverage that we have. So I think, like I mentioned earlier, that Indonesian government trying to do the mandate of the world to have, to give the universal health coverage to all of the citizens as much as they can. And we have, this BPJS, the national insurance is improving since 2010 until now. And now we can see, even though we need to pay for the classes. So yeah, Indonesian insurance has classes, so first class, second class, and the third class. And the payment will depends on which class that you are in. The more upper, then the more expensive. The first class is the more expensive one. And talking about this category, so if you have read the national regulation of the BPJS, the Jaminan Kesehatan Nasional, they divided again to help the people who cannot afford the national insurance to increase the universal health coverage in Indonesia. So in Indonesia now we have, the government pay for the people, those who cannot afford that. Most of them come from the low income family. So they just registered themselves and their family, and then every month the government will pay for them. And I think this will be really helpful for those who cannot afford. Even the third class, we say it around $2 until $3 per month, but it's still a big money for people, those who work maybe doesn't have work and they need to fight for the money for the food. And this already helping to reduce the discrepancy between the people. But also, again, back to the reality, some of them, low income people cannot afford a good education. So they tend to I don't know how to register myself to the national insurance, blah, blah, blah. And then finally their children get sick and need to hospitalized. And then, yeah, the problem back again, they don't have money to pay, and then we need to help them to register them to the BPJS. So sometimes that case be like that. And this national insurance can help, example, for the mental health now that we are discussing, they give the young person access to get a free consultation, although we need to recognize that because this is national insurance that covers millions of people in Indonesia, so that's why they have budget. So some cases the BPJS cannot cover, example, the psycholog. And talking about the psychiater, okay, they need to have referral to the hospital. So the community health service doesn't have psychiatry or psycholog sometimes. And this become problem when we talk in rural areas or urban areas, which the community health service is very, how to say that? It's very rare to find. In Kalimantan, in West Kalimantan, in my province, it's really, how to say that? If you go 5 or 2 hours further deep inside the Kalimantan, so in the region, so yeah, it will not be possible for you to find this access this psychiatric or to access this psycholog because it's not available for you to afford that. So you need to come to Pontianak, to the capital of the West Kalimantan, to access that. And that's still the thing. Like I said in the second questions, we are talking about the infrastructure because if we demand something like, okay, I want this, I want to have this access in this area. So that's where the government should be to afford, like maybe they provide the psycholog or psychiatric in the more urban or rural areas because most of them centralized in the capital. And okay, back again to the universal health coverage. So talking about this national insurance, I think there's a pros and cons because BPJS is known as like, oh, a bad quality, blah, blah, yeah. We cannot deny that, but we cannot just justify that too. So it's like opposite things. But as much as I can say right now, this is already really helpful for some cases that, especially those who cannot afford how to say that, the money to hospital, and really helpful for some cases. But on the other hand, because I think the public hospital is not really equal with the people that being hospitalized or get sick. So that's why sometimes the service is not really as much and not really satisfied as we want, because like overcapacity, like a lot of people come in one time, and then we need to, example, I work as internist, so I supposed to have like 20 patients per day to work maximum. But in this BPJS situation, it can be 100. And how can I maximize it in one day so I can treat all of my patients? And of course, some of people will not be satisfied with the quality because like the doctor only have a short time. And talking about the medications again, yeah, I'm truly agree that if you want to have the improvement, thus we need to have like the subsidy to several cases like the psychotropical drugs that it's quite really hard to overcome the side effects. We call it extrapyramidal symptoms, and it can make you tremor like Parkinson person, and that's really quite painful to watch that. And the second generation is quite expensive, and that's why I think this new law already removed the mandatory spending, and how can we try to work more on these demands? Like we require several cases of the disease to be improved within the technology, the infrastructure, and also with the medication as well. And how the government try to overcome it with the budget that they have, that now the 5% already gone in our national budgeting. And that's still the problem. And I think what I see right now is really the imbalance between the infrastructure and the people who get sick. Even I think with the medical workers as well. Because if I've experienced to travel several places in my regency, in my province, and it's really true to see how hard for a girl to get pads, menstrual pads. Because if you all ever heard about the poverty menstruation, it's real. Because most like people, the girls in the rural areas, doesn't even know what is pads. They just know to use like fabric to have them as a daily pads when they get menstruations, and the access of clean water. And we have very complex, and I think it is not only the health sector, but we need everyone to work together to build a healthy, secure, and for the better health for our people. I think we need to work together, education, economic, health sector, anything. So we can overcome the problems and to close the gap between the rural and the capital area. So I think this will be still big homework for us, especially those regions who outside the Java Islands. And let's say in Pontianak, in West Kalimantan, we only have one national public hospital that become the first referral from the whole West Kalimantan province. And imagine all of the diseases, all of the late stage patients, all of the cancer patients come to there. And we have limited resources, and sometimes you need to refer them to Jakarta again. Because we have the gaps, we have the imbalance of the infrastructure that hinder us to provide a maximum quality of the health for the people. So that's it.
Thank you, 50. I think we talk about how the government can improve their systems and all that. So I also would like to also understand, I know that the Plan International really working on the grassroots, especially with the young people, right? So Rani, I would like to understand, could you describe the role of young people in addressing those social injustices that affect their health right? How can young people, the role of young people, also be part of the solution?
Okay, so before talking about that, perhaps we need to hear about the aspirations. So actually, Plan International conducted a survey, and Plan Indonesia also contributed to the survey where 1,000 girls and young women around Indonesia participated in this survey. And the survey is called the State of the World Girls Report 2022. And the two questions that actually relate to your question is that the first one, what do girls and young women identify as priorities for political? They said that actually in Indonesia, 42% say that mental and physical health, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, that should be a priority. While in the global, they said like 47% of young people, girls and young women that contributed to this survey. So they thought that actually this is a real urgency. This is really urgent to speak up about this. And this is, again, this is not only about the fulfillment, but actually how they could be meaningfully involved. And the next question is that about the reasons why it is important for girls and young women to participate in politics. They said that to improve the situation of girls and young girls in society, that's around 53% in Indonesia. And then the next one, 61% of girls and young women in Indonesia in this survey said that to place more emphasis on social justice, education, and health in political decisions. So they think that we need to take this issue not only at the grassroots levels, but also to the national level, even in global levels. And we need to ensure that their participation shouldn't be performative or even decorative. Or even like, let's say, when you invite young people, then you can, is it automatically you can say that you already meaningfully involve them? No, right? As a participants, as speakers, or as what? Or just take a photo for the celebration or something like that. So we need to ensure the meaningful participation of them itself. So for example, in Indonesia, in Plan Indonesia, we encourage girls' leadership. For example, through the girls' takeover, where they could give recommendation to the stakeholders and to the private sectors and others, or even government institutions, and they gave their recommendation to be taken into account. And then we also work with the girls and young women and boys as well, and generally children and young people, to promote the health rights. Not only promoting, but also to claim, to take back their rights. So this is important. Why we should, actually, we need to rethink about that. Why we still need to ask to be, that our basic rights to be fulfilled. So this is a very bare minimum, right? So in this case, we need to see the children and young people not only as the participants, not only as the beneficiaries. People usually say that they are the beneficiaries, but actually we need to see them as the subjects. They are the human being. We need to support their agency. We need to support each of them. So for example, we also have a program on young health program that also work on non-communicable disease, for example. They also just conducted the girls takeover and with AstraZeneca and others, and they also provided the recommendations. There are girls, young women, and they could do that. So please appreciate them as human beings with all the potentials Not only them, they're actually under our control.
Thank you. Thank you, Rani. So we just listened to the recommendation coming from young girls and also young boys, I would say, from young people, basically, the recommendation. Now I would like to hear Pak Cecep ideas or recommendation. What recommendation would you like to make or the work plan would you like to have in your Directorate General of Vocational Education to enhance physical and mental health support in our education system?
Right, thank you. It's a huge question. My answers will not be the panacea for your questions because I think it relates back to years ago where our founding fathers have debated about this long time ago, and I don't think there are easy answers to that. But if I were given the power and authority to provide recommendations, then the first thing that I would like to do is investing on early childhood education. The reason is pretty clear. James Heckman won the Nobel Prize for it. Investing $1 in early childhood education will give you 10 times of dollars in years to come. Lessons to learn are there, but it is whether or not we take it. Many people say that we need new policies. I don't think we do. We have thousands of policies on paper, but they don't work. Investing in early childhood, it could be a step towards a brighter future of Indonesia in terms of education. Other than that, what I would like to do is change the recruitment system of teachers. If you notice that 50% of teachers in early childhood education level have non-degree level, below senior high school graduates, and the way they are recruited are not even systemized. It is simply some volunteers, normally housewives, who would like to teach early years children, and they can do it. So if that's what happens, no matter how many trainings or continuing professional development that we do, it's going to be difficult. And a research by Pritchett from the World Bank mentioned that it will take 160 years for Indonesia just to be at the same level with European countries. And many people say I'm a pessimist, but I'm buying that. I believe that based on my tenure as a bureaucrat for 12 to 13 years, I think 160 years is something quite feasible. Why? Because I don't think there is a point where Indonesia is heading to with our education. Japan, China, Singapore, South Korea are widely critiqued for their difficult and harsh education system. But they're very clear with what they want and they remain with their path. But look at what they are now. They're very advanced because no matter how they are criticized, they are clear with the system, they are clear with the way they recruit the teachers, and they're performing very well. One country that we need to learn to is Vietnam. The leapfrog from out 60 countries to become top 10 in PISA. Because they're very clear. Once the national government says that use this textbook to learn, the schools follow. So is it what we want? I don't think so. Because once we make a rules, for example, to digitize learning in Indonesia, there are chaos everywhere. Once we have a policy, for example, to ban volunteer teachers at schools, there are demonstrations on the street. There are many other things that I cannot, definitely share right now because of the complexity, because we are not clear with where we are heading to. We are adopting parts of our education system is US driven. In the vocational education is Germany system because we want to have young generation who are ready for employment for vocational education. But in our law, it is mentioned that the education in Indonesia is to teach or to educate the life of the people and to humanize humans. Vocational education is not a part of that. So, if I may suggest, if I have the power to that, we need to define what we want. And we have to be very, very iron hand with this, in handling this. Because if we do have a policy, we keep changing the curriculum because of the critique. I'm not sure if by next year, perhaps, by the end of the regime of Nadim, we will have another curriculum. And perhaps vocational education will not be another subject. And then the focus will be on, for example, moving back to character education, character building. So I'm not sure where we are heading with this. But if I may recommend one thing, then I think we need to start by investing on our early years. By then perhaps there could be a hope where Indonesia could be brighter someday in the future.
Thank you. Please give a round of applause to our panelists. Investing in childhood education is always it's very important because children not only the future but also they are the present. And thank you, Pa, for very great recommendation to our education system. So now I would like to open the floor for the question and answers. So if you guys have any question to our panelists, you can raise your hand and state your question. All right, we have one at the back and also another one as well. Maybe 3. All right. Maybe we can start one by one question, one answer, then we move on to other.
Hello. So I have several questions. First for
Fatma.
Fatma.
Yes.
Okay, right. For Fatma raising a very brave point regarding the panti, that basically she said that she think that aside from putting people to panti, we need to do more for their own good. And here's the challenge that I found from youth-led organizations called 2030 Youth Force Indonesia. We are striving to how we include our disability friends to actually help them, to facilitate them to be meaningfully included in the implementation of SDGs in Indonesia, in the development agenda basically. And we often find the kind of challenges regarding the resources, because if we want to ensure the inclusivity, it's really, really expensive investment. Hence, I would like to know, regarding your perspective, how we as youth organizations who have really, really limited resource to be actually starting to be effectively include our friends, our disability friends in our agenda, in our missions. And I have another questions to Pak Cecep, who also raising a really interesting and provoking statements, which I really like. He says, probably, aside from thinking about quantity, we should actually thinking about the quality. And here's a challenge that I found as a student back then, as a youth also. If we youth want to help to, let's say, increase the educator quality, we criticize them, we giving our opinion regarding the way they teach us. The condition or the response that we get are they get angry with us because they often doesn't receive the criticize well. Especially in my experience in the engineering university, most of the teachers talking with number. They don't know what it is about, overthinking of the midterm exam or something like that. So yeah, they're just talking with numbers with the whiteboard. So it's really hard to actually communicate that problem that we need to increase the education system capacity. And you're also raising another provoking points, which, if I'm not mistaken, it is about your last statement. Wait, let me think about it. Let me think back. Well, I think I need more time to think.
Right.
Yeah. So
We can go back to you,
Yeah,
right?
thank you.
Okay. All right. So should I repeat the question or the question are clear?
I don't think that's a question that's a fair share for me to comment.
Okay.
So yes.
Would you like to comment on
yes,
that?
Sure. I would like to respond on it if you don't mind.
All right.
But of course, ladies first.
Maybe we can give to Fatma.
Ya, terkait dengan partisipasi ya, lebih ke kebanyakan orang, ini pertanyaan yang umum sebetulnya yang sering ditanyakan, gimana sih partisipasi melibatkan ya penyandang disabilitas dalam berbagai, kadang orang tanpa disabilitas agak bingung gitu ya, untuk melibatkan penyandang disabilitas apakah sulit, tapi aku pikir panitia nggak sulit ya melibatkan kita gitu. Di sini ada, selain saya ada Bapak Pak Tobas gitu di sini gitu ya. Beliau kita ngomongin fisik dan disabilitas mental, tapi ada netra di sana, ada teman-teman sensorik di sana. Menurut saya sudah banyak praktik-praktik yang bagus ya untuk melibatkan penyandang disabilitas. Kalau disabilitas mental mungkin di beberapa hal itu karena ada stigma ya. Kita di stigma bahwa berbahaya. Dari tadi saya belum relate jadi di stigma berbahaya, di stigma dianggap sebagai orang nanti yang akan kemudian mengganggu dan sebagainya, sehingga kadang partisipasi itu menjadi hilang gitu ya, hak untuk berpartisipasi itu menjadi hilang. Tapi menurut saya ini penting, anak muda sebetulnya yang saya ceritakan tadi ya berkaitan dengan panti, ada, saya mungkin kalau bisa dibilang 1/2 tuh banyak kan anak muda yang dimasukin ke dalam panti rehabilitasi dan ya gimana membuat mereka bisa terlibat ketika mereka di kerangkeng, itu pertanyaan yang paling penting sebetulnya. Kalau saya karena di luar panti saya bisa datang gitu ya dalam acara ini, tapi teman-teman yang di dalam yang terkurung di panti rehabilitasi maupun rumah sakit jiwa, itu kalau teman-teman bisa lihat kayak kesaksiannya Marsyanda yang cukup luar biasa berat gitu ya, dia di luar negeri, di Amerika bahkan, itu ada semacam pemaksaan perawatan begitu. Di Indonesia alhamdulillahnya belum gitu, jadi kita masih belum dipaksa untuk tiba-tiba saya ada lagi ngomong terus dia dalam acara ini terus ditarik harus ke rumah sakit jiwa untuk mendapatkan perawatan. Untungnya tidak seperti itu, tapi hambatan-hambatan itu memang masih kita butuhkan untuk dihilangkan, termasuk hambatan institusionalisasi.
Okay, so in regards to participation, clearly there's no struggle in being able to participate in this space because ASEAN Youth Forum led it, but in other spaces clearly there's a struggle because of the stigmas that are around mental disabilities. And She was shining light again on the fact that there are so many youth that are being held technically hostage in panti-panti, rehabilitasi all around Indonesia. And again, she posed a question, how are we supposed to participate if we're behind cell bars? And then in regards to in regards to like how we move forward from this, basically she just shines, she highlights about how participation is gravely encouraged by her, and the only way to do it is for more youth participation to happen. And she acknowledges that there are already so many youth involved in this issue, and yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, so Pak Cecep, would you like to comment on the comments from the
Sure,
audience?
thank you very much. Yes, for me, yes, my comments are provoking because that's why I'm here. But your comments validate my provoking statements. Yes, there are teachers who are quite difficult to talk to, let alone criticize. Perhaps one root cause is because in our education system far back then, I'm not talking about now perhaps, we were not accustomed to or used to critique or criticisms. We are not, many people claim that unite in diversity, perhaps it's a slogan, but in reality we are not really used to differences, including in accepting criticism. Perhaps the teacher that you are talking about comes from a different generation. That's my first comment. My second comment is how youth could provide assistance towards this situation. You mentioned that you did the study before. So I believe you also know the saying that what goes around comes around. Based on my experience, the best way to contribute in a culture of silent society is by writing. What I'm saying is providing a good writing through academically supported arguments could be one thing. Because in Indonesia, writing culture is very low, but speaking freely, quote unquote, apologies for the mistake, is quite common. Why? Because this country is a nation of fairy tales. We love listening to some stories, bedtime stories in the past. But when it comes to writing, it's quite low, proven by the fact that research shows that it is very, significantly very difficult for Indonesian students to receive IELTS in writing more than 6. I think this is quite truistic when I talk about this. So one way to be part of the solution is to be writers with your academic skills, with your broad horizons. I think it's not going to be that difficult to provide a good writing published through a journal. If it is too difficult, published to a newspapers. If it is still too difficult, published to an online newspapers. My 2 cents.
Thank you, Pa. We have another questions, right? From the audience. I think I will go to that first, and then we come to Pa Tobas. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, colleagues. My name is Ari Adipratomo. I am actually I was former Indonesian delegation to the UN conference for the climate change, and currently working with the UK Foreign and Commonwealth Development Office at the British Embassy, Jakarta. But today I would like to ask on my personal capacity. As we know that the climate change is actually, the impact of the climate change is actually far-reaching, and that it creates more and more pressures towards all of us, including the pressures on the mental health. People are getting more anxious about how the climate going to affect their daily lives, going to the office, going to the universities, traveling, and how it create pressures to also to our economy, and also not to mention the failure of the environment behind all of those. And the topic is very interesting when you mention about the capacity of the government that currently still needs some improvement, especially like you mentioned before, the BPJS cannot provide a quality medications or quality services towards the people who are experiencing mental health issues. That's why I would like to ask the question that, given the dual challenges of the climate-related mental health impacts and the limitations currently having by the system that we're currently in, particularly for the vulnerable groups, including the women, children, and those who are having different abilities, and also elderly, what are the innovative approaches or policy recommendation do you believe could change or help to bridge the gap and provide more effective support for these marginalized communities affected by both climate change and also mental health issues in our regions, so not only Indonesia, but also probably in ASEAN? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think the question is directed to all of the panelists, but I think 50 can go and share your perspective or thought regard to the question.
Okay, thank you. This is very great questions because when we talk about the climate change and health, so one thing I always raise about is the innovation of the climate resilient health system. So maybe not all of you already aware about this, but WHO already released the guidelines to implement the climate resilient health system. And Indonesian government now already on the way to implement the climate resilient health system. They just launched the first vulnerable assessment and adaptation in 2022. Through the support of the WHO Indonesia, and now still on the way for the finalization and in the implementation, but I'm still looking for that. And talking about the climate resilient health system, how can this can be answer for our situation for the climate change? This is very interesting because let's say that I'm proclaiming myself as the doctor that said health system is the pillar, the main pillar for the nation. Why? Imagine if you are in the disaster, if you are in the scene that everything chaos, everyone get hurt, chaos everywhere. So where will you go? To hospital, right? And to the public health service. So this public health service, this hospital, this community health service will be the pillar for the situation where we will face more climate-related disaster in the future. Like example, not talking about how the flood or how the heat wave, but just talk about the infectious disease, the tropical disease that will emerge more, like the dengue fever, the malaria. And this health system, through the climate resilience, aims to be strong during these situations. How can they fully work, 100% work in this situation, in the chaotic these scenes? Although we cannot say that the healthcare can be 100% work in the disaster scenes like earthquake, massive floods or anything, but at least during the process, which the government not only work alone to build this climate resilient health system. So this climate resilient health system consists of 10 building blocks that some of them like the workforce, so increasing the quality of the health service, not only the health service, but also the workers, the medical health workers, and the financing, and then how to assess the mitigation and adaptation, and how can this improve the capacity for the healthcare system to be affordable for the marginalized people. So at least for the first thing, people will get relieved when they know that their healthcare system is reliable during this scenario in 2023 or 2024, 55, which predicts that the climate will be more unstable and the climate-related disease or disaster will emerge more. And that's the first one, when people already knows this healthcare is reliable. So yeah, hopefully we can trust and we can get the healthcare easier than before. And then the second, through the adaptation and mitigation, we are now developing the telemedicine, where we aim that we can reach more people in rural and urban areas. And in this scenario, again, we talk about the climate change and how this climate crisis will impact later. So the telemedicine could be one of the important tool for us to keep in touch with the patients. If we have, like in disaster scenes where the connections, the road connection is cut by the flood or earthquake, so people cannot go to the hospital, people cannot go to the community health center, so we can keep in touch with the telemedicine. So that's the second. And again, back to infrastructure and things, let's put it aside. But this is how we aim the climate resilient health system want to be. And then the financing, how can the government try to improve the healthcare system, to improve the resilience by improving the infrastructure, the technology, how can the hospital can convert their energy to green energy, how can the government support this green energy which is expensive, quote unquote, and not to burden the hospital, and how can it strengthen the infrastructure of the hospital to be more climate friendly, and then can help people in the disaster scenes, and so on and so forth. So this climate resilient health system will talk a lot, but actually we are already having several programs. Like in Indonesia, we have 3 ministries that already have their assisted village. The Ministry of Environment, they have like Desa Iklim, so it's like the climate village. And then the disaster bureau, they have like Desa Bencana, the disaster village. So how can they train people in that village to have the DRR, disaster risk reduction, and then how this Ministry of the Environment also train their people to implement a green village in their area. And then the newest one is Ministry of the Health. They release Desa Sehat, so healthy village. So it's also incorporating the climate perspective. How can these people become health and protecting their environment? So the government actually already run several programs that we can classify it into 10 buildings of the climate resilience. But again, we have some improvement that we can take a look for the infrastructure, especially like I mentioned, how the hospital can be more green by improving their resources using the green renewable energy, and then how can they implement the reduce, recycle, and 3R in the hospital, using alternative tool for the waste disposal rather than incinerator, and something like that. And I believe that besides of that, we need more research, and I agree with Pak Cecep, because research is the base of everything, I think. Policy needs research. We want to make program, we need research, because research will help us to pilot the program more effective. And this is what we are still, I think we still lack of. Although the Ministry of Health already released the 10 years data of how the climate change impact the Indonesia, but we need more, not retrospective, but we need more research that can predict how Indonesia will cope with the climate-related disaster, that especially in the tropical disease that currently emerge in the tropical countries like Indonesia. So I think that's what I can tell. Thank you.
Thank you, 50, for the very clear ideas and thoughts to really help the issue between the interconnection between the climate change and health. Would anyone of the panelists would like to add?
Okay.
Rani.
Okay, so actually we have like 2 strategies. The first one is that we need to contextualize. This is very important because there is no such one fits for all strategy, right? So we need to recognize the root causes where are they? So actually, if this is about the individual or whether this is about more structural, because we need to contextualize about that. So yeah, and we cannot like give back to only to the society where if the problem is actually structural, something like that. So we need to recognize that, the root causes, and contextualize. And the second one is to conduct the more integrated and holistic approach. For example, like in Plan Indonesia, we integrate the climate crisis throughout all programs and also how we use the gender and inclusion lens for all, so mainstream. For example, we have three main programs. The first one, like the youth employment and entrepreneurship, where we work with children, with young women especially, on the agribusiness. Perhaps it looks like more business, but no. Actually, we also conduct the series of training on gender-based violence, something like that. And also, we also conduct some business coaching, not only about the agribusiness, but also to create the crafts so that they are more independent. And it also, they could use their own natural resources. This is also about the climate, how they could manage and use their natural resources, and also how they could maintain it. And we use the gender, gender action learning sustainability. So we, with the children and young people, we work also with the people with disability as well. So we need to, we want to track the progress, what the starting point, and then their dreams, and then where they are right now, something like that. And throughout the journey, we need to also ensure the mental health. And for another program, for example, for the stunting prevention and also adolescent health, we also work on the water and sanitation and hygiene. This is also about addressing the climate crisis. But we insert about the gender approach, where we work again with people with disability and to ensure that they could lead, not only participate. And we need to also ensure their mental health. And in another program, like Young Health Program, as I mentioned previously, they also have the module where the mental health and how to manage and regulate our emotion, and also how to recognize our emotion is already there as well. And for another one, the last one is about the climate crisis itself. So we have a program about the humanitarian and resilience program. This is also about the climate crisis, about the emergency response, disaster risk management, and others. And previously, we see that not many organizations include the children and young women, children and young people here in this area. So we work towards it and how to ensure their mental health and their safety, their condition better. That's why we conducted the consultation that I mentioned previously, that they proposed the materials on the mental health. So yeah, that's those are two strategies. Thank you.
Thank you. I think
Ya, berkaitan dengan, ada penerjemah nggak ya? Oke, ya berkaitan dengan mental health dan climate change, ini adalah isu yang juga sedang kami kerjakan di Perhimpunan Jiwa Sehat, karena beberapa kali kami selalu menemukan kasus teman-teman kita yang disabilitas mental yang berada di dalam panti rehabilitasi menjadi korban, karena satu misalnya banjirop yang terjadi di Jawa Tengah, itu kemudian mereka juga masuk ke dalam banjir itu juga kemudian mengenangi panti dan mereka tidak bisa apa-apa karena terkurung di dalam ruang-ruang isolasi. Mereka tidak bisa dievakuasi dan menjadi orang atau kelompok yang dievakuasi terakhir kali gitu. Pihak panti, pengurus panti ketika ada banjirop yang diselamatkan adalah pengurus dan petugas-petugasnya dahulu sebelum kemudian menyelamatkan mereka penyandang disabilitas mentalnya begitu. Kemudian juga di Padang begitu ada juga laporan berkaitan dengan mungkin agak tidak selalu berkaitan dengan climate change, tapi soal berkaitan dengan bencana itu sangat kuat. Kebakaran gitu, karena dia dipasung, akhirnya meninggal 2 orang, meninggal karena sedang dipasung, dalam kondisi dipasung dan tidak terselamatkan. Kondisi-kondisi ini membuat kami akhirnya mau nggak mau isu climate change ini harus didekatkan karena pertama ternyata di organisasi penyandang disabilitas climate change adalah isu yang baru. Isu yang baru, isu yang kemudian masih banyak yang bingung. Apakah panas dan polusi saat ini terjadi adalah urusan dengan climate change? Ternyata informasi ini jarang nyampe. Kalaupun ada, itu tidak aksesibel bagi teman-teman disabilitas sehingga akses atas itu mereka susah untuk mendapatkan pemahaman. Mungkin diterjemahin dulu biar.
Okay, so in regards for the question, it's so the mentally disabled people who are in these pantis who are being dipasung. The whole climate change topic is actually very relevant since the floods and.
Yes, let me rephrase it. So basically when there's a flood happens in the asylum or in the panti, the mental disabled patient or maybe mental disabled persons will be rescued later than the doctors and the nurse and something like that. So that's the issues happen in the panti and the asylum. And also there's an issue in Padang when there's a fire a fire in panti, and also the persons or the mental disabled persons, the one that been chained, the chain one, it being rescued later than the normal one. So that's my perspective on that. So that's basically the most contradictive things about climate change, also with mental health issues.
Okay. Dan yang terakhir berkaitan dengan mental health dan climate change, kita sudah mendengar eko-ansietas ya, mungkin ada yang sudah dengar, atau kemudian climate ansietas yang sudah mulai berkembang saat ini. Bagaimana orang makin cemas dengan kondisi polusi, kondisi pemanasan global yang tidak henti-hentinya gitu ya. Yang itu ternyata juga impact kepada kesehatan mentalnya semakin tinggi. Dan yang kedua adalah kami kenapa terlibat dalam isu mental health dan climate change, karena ada banyak sekali solusi palsu ya, false solution yang kemudian ditawarkan oleh berbagai pihak begitu terhadap bagaimana mengatasi tadi mitigasi dan adaptasi atas climate change yang ternyata dalam ketika diterapkan pada isu disabilitas ternyata jadinya eco-ableism atau cara pandang ableism itu cara pandang orang tanpa disabilitas mengartikan, mengkonstruksikan sesuatu untuk penyandang disabilitas, tapi ternyata tidak sesuai karena diskriminatif, ada stigma di dalam dan seterusnya. Nah, dalam konteks lingkungan atau konteks climate change, eco-ableism ini sering terjadi dan kemudian itu ternyata menyulitkan bagi penyandang disabilitas. Semoga enggak susah ya.
Okay, so in terms of mental health and climate change again, there's this concept called eco-anxiety, which is a very recent, there has been a recent increase of people with eco-anxiety due to the increasingly terrible impacts of climate change that we're facing at the moment. And basically it's the people who get extremely anxious due to the increasing heat, pollution, the effects of pollution, forest fires, and all the other effects of climate change that we're facing. Now, other than that, there's also people who are advocating for solutions that aren't actually inclusive of people with mental health. So that was what she was talking about, ableism. Ableism on its own is a concept where people who are able-bodied tend to take the stage and try to represent disabled people with their able-bodied perspectives, and that is something that is also damaging for mentally disabled people due to these people who pretend that they understand when they don't.
Thank you. Yeah, Pak.
Small point. Thanks, Chair. $1 billion question. The question is so expensive that I think even ChatGPT cannot answer. If I may answer to that question, then I will go with a saying. It goes a whole village to educate a child. Then for me, based on my experience and professional background, it will take a great leadership and management to tackle the issues in terms of climate change, and that will impact to economy and also well-being of the people. So last but not least, in relation to this event, I think it is also wise to also involve the witty youth and use the wisdom of the old. Thanks.
Thank you, Pa. Is there, okay, now can we have mic for Pa Tobas?
Thank you very much. I think I don't want to keep people say because we are running out of the time, but I really appreciate to be able to be here and learn from all speakers today. But if we talk about healthcare system, we need to agree on the fact that healthcare is a right of all people. So no one should be left behind. So what Fatum explained to us in the beginning, it's part of how the healthcare, the example of how healthcare system doesn't really accommodate a certain group of people. So I think if we want to make a recommendation from this, I would like to bring our attention to the intersectionality of the people, including person with disability, because of the fact that if we talk about healthcare system, it's not just talking about the medicine, but also even the situation of our healthcare center, whether it is friendly for those who are physically disabled or a person with physical disability. Most of our healthcare system is not really friendly and accessible, or even for person with disability, or even for the elderly. So the point here is let's make our healthcare system more inclusive by looking at some factor that become the needs of certain group of people. So and I also appreciate what Pak Cecep also mentioned, even though it's not that easy to see how we can change the situation, including how also to make the opportunity to employment is also open for all, regardless their background or their situation. So yeah, I think that's the point that I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pa. I think because of the time constraint, I need to end this session. But again, we still have tomorrow, and then you guys can, if you guys have any questions, you can still talk to each other during our networking session. And yeah, so this is the end of our session. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists. I hope that you guys can get some good insight from this session. We talk about accessibility to healthcare, both physical and mental. And again, when it comes to mental health or physical health discourse, we cannot get rid of the climate change discussion, gender equality, inclusivity, history, and other topics. So it's not only mental health and physical health, but again, it's very interconnected with one another, with other aspects of our life. And to end this, last night, I did some searching and I found one statement from WHO that says like this: health is not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, but health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. And with this, I end the grand town hall discussion. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you, panelists.
Hey, thank you, everyone. Thank you, dear panelists.
And of course, thank you to dear Ricardo for moderating the Grand ASEAN Town Hall number 2, which is physical and mental health.
Okay. So coming up next is networking session. Yes?
We now proceed with what transpired today during the day 1 of the summit, October 25th. So we met this morning, right? So this is the first time that we met as participants and as speakers. So in the morning session, we had this first Grand ASEAN Town Hall, which is focused on welfare, education, and employment, which was moderated by yours truly, and we have 4 speakers as well, which are Summer, Dr. Asmin, who else? I forgot, just as early as this morning. Teresia, and the one is Abel.
Yes, Abel.
These are the speakers for our town hall meeting number 1. And we talked about the relationship, the interconnection between education and employment, and how do this to affect welfare, and how do this to help the youth to build upon welfare among themselves. This afternoon, after our lunch, we had this simultaneous 2 events about the climate change and the
physical and
mental health, which were simultaneously conducted in this venue and the other venue. And now, finally, we gather again to summarize, to close this event. Our first day, the day 1 event, October 25th of ASEAN Summit. And finally, we are going to have our second day tomorrow. But before that, I'd like to give you the rundown of tomorrow's agenda. Yes. Could you do the honors, Asri?
Okay, so tomorrow we start at 9, just like today. Hopefully tomorrow will start on time. But we're gonna start with Town Hall topic number 3, sexual and reproductive health. Very fun. We have speakers from AYF Network, Sanggar Suara, and also chair of the health working team for school-aged children and adolescents for Ministry of Health Indonesia. Very Spanishy. Everyone should totally attend on time. And then we have our coffee break and an ice-breaking session, which will definitely be very fun. And then we have a performance. Can we tell them the performer? No. It's a
just
surprise.
A performance.
Okay.
Just a performance,
we have a surprise performer tomorrow. Very cool name right here that I can't read out. And then lunch with very yummy meals, just like today. And then town hall topic number 4, democracy.
Which we all need, right, Ricardo? Democracy. And after that, town hall number 4, we proceed with the coffee break and networking again. And finally, in the afternoon is the presentation on what the Grand ASEAN Youth Town Hall's results, reflection, and recommendation. Proceeded with photo session, solidarity, and another performance. Yes, in the afternoon tomorrow, as part of the closing, we'll be having another performance in the afternoon. And finally, on 27, Friday, it's the checkout and departure of all the participants. It's important, right, that we have...
Very important.
Very important that we have a formal closure before we go back to our home country.
Yes. Goodbye, guys. Not yet, but bye.
Not yet. We have the second day tomorrow. So those are the expected events and activities that we should look forward on for tomorrow's event on 26 for our second day. So, are all the participants coming from the climate change already returned in this room or not yet? Ongoing. They're done already. Okay. So, since we're done with the activities for today, it's about time that we ask you your takeaways for our first day event this October 25th. So, what has been your key takeaways after attending our series of discussions on education and employment, climate change, and of course, the physical and mental health? Of course, if you did not attend in the climate change, you cannot give a comment or any sharing, right? Vice versa with the one conducted in physical or mental health. So we'd like to ask participants who is brave enough to share his or her, key takeaways. Just a very short key takeaways on what can that key takeaway do to you back at your home country, and how can you further develop your own advocacy about what transpired during the presentations of the speakers a while ago and during this afternoon. Do you have in that part, Asri, any volunteer and brave soul?
I'm pretty sure everyone I'm seeing right now are people from the mental health session. Who here came from the climate change?
None.
None.
Therefore,
Where are they?
Climate change activity is not yet done.
They're
Okay.
outside. Are they outside? They are? I want to eat. Wait, give me a second.
All right, so in this group, who's willing to share his or her own key takeaways? Okay, yes, ma'am. Here's your microphone. I'd like to ask you, what are your key takeaways after, attending our first day session for today? Oh, she needs a translator, English translator, please. Who can help? Yes, Asri, you're our immediate translator.
Okay, yes. I'm available. Let's go.
Oke, yang bisa saya bawa, bisa dibantu nanti. Yang bisa saya bawa dari hari ini adalah terkait stigma dan diskriminasi, gitu. Karena dari tadi aku sudah mencatat, dari yang aku dengar tadi, diskriminasi bukan hanya untuk kawan-kawan disabilitas, tetapi stigma diskriminasi itu juga dialami oleh kawan-kawan transpuan. Bagaimana saat dia masih sekolah, dari sekolah tingkat dasar saja mereka sudah mendapatkan stigma, bully, dan juga diskriminasi, bahkan dari guru pelakunya. Nah, bagaimana sampai besar dia bisa mengakses pendidikan yang layak, mempunyai KTP, jika pendidikan dia saja tidak sampai lulus, gitu. Nah, tadi sebenarnya mau bertanya dengan panelis di depan terkait apa respon kalian terhadap isu kawan-kawan transpuan, gitu. Karena menurutku dari isu kawan-kawan LGBT yang paling terdampak sekali adalah kawan-kawan transpuan, transgender perempuan, gitu. Nah, untuk mengakses adminduk atau KTP saja sulit, gitu. Apalagi mau bikin BPJS plus berbayar. Kalau berbayar ya kawan-kawan transpuan juga dari perekonomian yang cukup miskin atau rendah, gitu. Mereka menjadi pekerja seks, boro-boro mendapatkan perlindungan sosial. Untuk makan sehari-hari aja agak sulit, gitu. Jadi untuk pembahasan stigma dan diskriminasi tadi terkait mental health, ya teman-teman transpuan pun juga berdampak dengan itu. Dari segi pendidikan terdampak, dari mental health terdampak, bahkan dari dia kecil sampai dia besar, diskriminasi itu juga masih terus berlanjut, gitu sih. Makasih.
Melly. Okay, so let me translate. Her main takeaway from the day is how everything that we discussed is mainly interlaced with the whole concept of stigma and also stigma. She raised a topic in which she wished she had brought up earlier to the panelists, in which Something that they lacked in discussion was surrounding trans women, trans girls who had to grow up even in school struggling to study, to learn, to be bullied while trying to have a proper education, and also the ongoing struggle of having to prove themselves in order to get even the basic ID in order to legitimize their beings in this country. And then furthermore, having struggled to make the basic ID, the KTP, they also struggled to make BPJS, which is the insurance coverage, national insurance coverage that we were heavily talking about in the previous panel. And then afterwards, the fact that they have to pay, it's a constant struggle for trans women to to have a job and to have a proper income to be able to pay for these facilities. And that's just a constant struggle that she has to reflect on during this whole day. So yeah, that's from Waude. From Arus Pelangi in Indonesia. Yay, claps.
Thank you so much. You know what, Astrid, that's very good because in AYF, I've been enjoying that intersectionality, right? So in this case, we're celebrating persons with different colors, persons with disabilities, persons who work in the refugee settlers, and so on. So these person, they circle around and gather around and we establish one understanding and one commitment towards attaining that goal. So that is one of our key takeaways from one of our participants, and thank you for sharing your own key takeaways. So Asri, the next one is, of course,
okay, so
time to
have a coffee break.
The most awaited moment is to fill our tummies. That's it. So that officially concludes our day 1, October 25th of our ASEAN Summit, and we hope that you enjoyed a lot in the activities that we provided to you, from the discussions and of course from the networking and dialogues among yourselves, among the participants. So, Asri, I think it's about time that we say goodbye for now, and we all see you tomorrow again for the next day of our session.
Yes. Bye, everyone.
Thank you and enjoy the rest of the night.
There's super yummy quiche in the back, just so you guys know and don't miss out on it.
And I think it's about time that tonight we discovered the heart of Jakarta.
Are you going to be?
Well, I'm planning because it's my first time here, so why not visit and tour around the city, right?
Yes.
How can you experience the heart of Jakarta if you did not go out and experience for yourself?
If anyone is looking for
Definitely.
suggestions,
That's part of welfare, right?
you know where you should
Definitely.
go? You should go to Lapangan Banteng. Lapangan Banteng has an event going on right now. It's not necessarily a center, but it's close by, and there's food, lots of food. It's a market, but it's a park, and it has like a flora and fauna event right now. It's a public space, very pretty. And nearby there, they sell this really good cheesecake. Okay, anyways, bye-bye guys. Have fun mingling and eating food.
you.